Pickles still with you? Oh, sorry, Pickles, yes. Not really. Well, he sort of got, has he retired? Sorry. Is he an associate? Yeah, I've seen him in a while.
That sounds, it's associate maybe. I don't want to say that.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm so sad.
I was going to say that I think bar is something very different.
It's not quite the same. Sort of got one foot.
inquiries for zoning. Mr. Simchcombe, is there anything you wish to raise?
Not really, sir.
Mr. Fosdick?
Yes, one issue. Yesterday, you'll recall yesterday there was some discussion about the tree height in response to your question, and the reference was made to CD 2.9, I think it was, which is the arboricultural table. I think you found online, like that.
Yes.
Yeah. Last night I wasn't able to follow as you were going because I didn't have the right document. Last night I raised the question as to whether this table was accurate, because if you look at the top where it says W1, on the top of the first, it says 20 metres there. Then if you go down, all of the trees were significantly less than 20 metres within W1, so I didn't understand where that came from. And then when you get to W3 and 4, the height is put as 400 metres. I think 400 metres on the sorry, W2 and W3. It's the blue line on the page. My microphone keeps cutting out. Anyway, it's the blue line on the transport page. You see there the height of 400 metres. So I was a bit concerned that wasn't overly accurate. So I got in touch with Mr. Simons, who very kindly overnight provided a LiDAR document that shows the heights, which I think is.
We've got it, not yet printed it. Oh, you printed it.
So thank you. So this is effectively a substitute for that shape of project, I guess.
If need be, Mrs. Talkers can explain how somehow this has been. What this is, but obviously it's self-explanatory.
Was that?
Would you like to do that now?
I mean, just so yesterday we spoke about the LiDAR
Yes.
data that was used in the ZTV mapping. So I asked my external consultant who's a specialist in visualisation and data mapping to give us something that could illustrate the tree heights using that LiDAR data. So there's a level of data that's in there, and it basically gives you what you see, which is height above ground. So it's mapping, it's seeking to map relative height above ground level to give us some indication. And you can see the hotter the colour, the taller the trees.
So we're looking at majority of between 14 and 20 meters.
Yes, which I think is roughly where we've got to.
Well, we get
Well, that's not where we get to. If we look on the west side, we get blue, which is sort of 6 metres, blue and a bit of yellow. On the north, we get about 6 metres, and on the top, on the northeast, we get maybe 11 metres. The immediate environment, the one border of the site.
Yeah.
Yes, happy with questions. Shall I start?
Anything you wish to raise?
No, thanks. No, not at the moment. Thank you, sir.
David, would you want to try this one instead? Just in case.
Actually, I think it might be all of this.
It might well be, because that one is.
That yours is working.
Yes,
Good morning.
good morning.
I think we're probably going to be about an hour or so, so if you need a break with your cough, then just tell me. I'll expect it.
I don't necessarily get warning, but if I need.
I think it's fair to say that you have no involvement in the framing of the proposals here,
That's correct.
and no involvement at the outset on the appropriate scale, massing, and density of the development in this area.
That's correct.
And I think no involvement at any stage in the design of the landscape.
No, that's correct.
And so you're coming in after it's all set, the die was cast.
Yes, absolutely.
Can I deal with the scale of the buildings at quite a high level? I think the nice book suggested it was quite a high level. I think yesterday you made it clear that there was a conscious decision to put all of the largest mass buildings, so width, depth, and height, the largest mass buildings on the appeal side rather than to the south and the east?
I don't know if I found in that there was a conscious decision, but coming in to the stage where I've come into the project and applying my knowledge, experience and the assessment, I looked at the design evolution and would say that if you're putting these types of buildings, which the allocation says you can put it, where do you put them on the site? And I think that the design evolution indicates that of the wider allocation, this is the most appropriate location to place these buildings.
And having looked at the master plan and the schedule of the sizes on the master plan in, for example, Mr. Bolton's evidence, do you accept the basis?
So, sorry, can I go there? Can you take
Of course, yes, yeah. Page 4, but it's the scale of these buildings is at page 7 and scale.
Sorry, which CD is it?
Oh, that's a very good question. I don't have it. Bolton's main proof. This is Bolton's main proof. Yes.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry, actually 6.5, sorry. 6.5. It's Mr. Bolton.
And that's his main proof.
The main proof.
Yeah. And which paragraph?
First of all, the table at page 7 is the gross internal areas of these buildings. Page 43 is the proposed scale of buildings on master plan phase 2. The illustrative master plan phase 2.
Right.
Is this material you're familiar with?
I've generally sort of taken a view of it, but I haven't got anything to say because this is specifically in relation to economic and employment needs. So I haven't looked at it, and I knew that this pod would be dealing with scale and massing and those sorts of things, but I haven't.
Yes, but your point has been that the larger buildings make sense to go to the appeal side. And my simple question is, do you accept that from this master plan, all the largest mass buildings are on the appeal side rather than on phase 2?
I haven't looked at the comparison, so I'd have to look at those two tables together. So,
Okay. Okay. Have you? Okay, I won't pursue it.
So when I've looked at the massing, I've been looking at the strategy. So what is needed and what is developed. I haven't looked at that. I've been looking at the master plan and the strategy that's in that master plan, and looking at if you look at the footprint of the buildings in there, that's what I'm looking at. So yeah. I haven't then cross-referenced it to that provision.
Okay. Well, just looking at the master plan, then, do you accept the basic proposition that all of the biggest mass buildings are on the appeal side rather than in the south and the east?
On the appeal side,
all of the biggest mass buildings overall are in the appeal side rather than to the south and the east.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. And so the 6 of the largest buildings on the whole site are on the appeal site, and 5 of those are B8. Yeah.
Yes, that's great.
And the master plan shows that there's only one large scale B2 proposed across the whole master plan area.
Yes, that's good chance.
Over the whole master plan area.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay. Right. The allocation then. Can we look at your proof paragraph 2.5? Proposition you examine in chapter 6, which will come to in due course, is, and this is the question effectively that's being addressed, is whether the character and appearance of the landscape will experience levels of harm greater than anticipated with the implementation of policy 36? And that's the question we're fundamentally asking.
Yes, that's right, yes.
And that obviously depends on what the allocation envisages.
Yes,
And you've set out your understanding of what the allocation envisages at 6.3.
yes.
Where you say that where last bit of penultimate line, without requiring specific limits as to scale of development.
Sorry,
No,
I can't concentrate.
No, of course.
Yeah, sorry,
Sorry, I was going to 6.3.
yes.
The adopted policy 36 provides that the development of the field sites a matter of principle. In reaching this position, MNC has specific alternatives and determine that the field site is suitable for development of this type, without requiring specific limits as to scale of development by reference to floor space provision. That's the basis on which you proceed.
Yes,
And so your assessment is predicated on the essential starting point that the scale of predominantly B8 development here is consistent with the allocation.
well, it's consistent with the policy, which includes a minimum of 40 hectares, including B8, B1, B2.
Yes.
So in terms of a breakdown of how those different land uses might happen, I'm base it on that.
You're assuming that the policy is permissive of very large scale, large footprint buildings.
Well, I'm proceeding on the basis that there is no limit in policy on the height or massing of the buildings. There's particularly B1, B2.
Yes, but we know that as a matter of fact, there's only one B2 large scale building proposed, and all the rest of the 8.
Well, yes, I mean, that's the proposal. I don't break down why that's like that, but because I'm looking at the buildings rather than their use.
And you talk about 40 hectares. Is it your position that the 40 hectares dictates any particular degree of density and squashing together? I can't remember the phrase was yesterday, but does the mere fact of 40 hectares being allocated for B1, B2, small scale B8 mean that you're allowed to squash them all together as much as you can to get the most out of the site?
Well, I mean, it's just a statement of a minimum of 40 hectares of those land uses somewhere within the site.
Yeah, but it doesn't tell you anything about the scale of the individual buildings on each bit of the site, or the footprint, or the mass.
No, absolutely. And there's a level of interpretation that happens through the design process, both in terms of operational requirements, which I don't deal with, and then in terms of the sensitivity of the landscape that's they're being put into.
And it doesn't tell you anything, that the requirement for 40 hectares tells you nothing about the appropriate density of any particular part of the site or anything like that.
No, it doesn't set a limit on that.
But your assessment then is by reference to an assumption that for this area of land, the scale of these buildings is acceptable in principle under the allocation.
Yes.
And I think, save for one line in paragraph 6.6, you set out no assessment as to whether on the facts, not by reference to the allocation, but on the facts, whether the quantum or density or scale, mass and volume is acceptable. But the only line I can find in public proof on whether it's acceptable is the last line of 6.6. Others will debate the extent to which this is a small scale, but with reference to the existing townscape character, and we'll come back to that in a moment, this design response is appropriate and consistent with the baseline situation. That's where you say, not only is it consistent with the allocation, but it's consistent with the base, with what you understand baseline.
Consistent with the landscape and visual, consistent with the landscape and visual environment. I mean, that's what I deal with. Density, and operational and employment needs, and all of those are for others, but looking at the building blocks within this landscape, that's my conclusion.
Yeah, but it's your conclusion, but in fact it's the only sentence on the acceptability of the development against the baseline.
there's not so much as acceptability, is this appropriate for this landscape, is this an appropriate design response? My answer is yes.
Okay, now, if, and I know this is going to be hotly contentious in closing submission, but if this is an allocation truly understood for a B1, B2 focused campus style business park.
So, okay. Sorry, I'm just having to duck because the sun is coming through just on that window and blinding me. It's fine. So I'm sloping down, not because I'm cowering. It's fine, I can carry on, but that's why I'm ducking. I don't think there's anything to close it, so we'll just carry on. But, yeah. So the you're saying, so if that's the interpretation, focus B1, B2 in a campus setting.
Yeah. In a campus setting with high quality landscape in that context, providing a high quality B1, B2 campus style business park. If that was the baseline, you've not done any judgment of the acceptability of what's proposed against that baseline.
Well, I've only assessed the appeal scheme, but of course, in the context of the largest building within the appeal site being 2, if there were more of that, if that was the lead, then there would be bigger units. So
hang on, so you're saying there would be more bigger.
There has the potential for that. I mean, if what you're saying is more B1 and B2, and what we know is that the biggest unit within the appeal site is B2, so if we had more of that, we'd have a greater number of bigger units.
Yeah, we've already agreed that the appellants are only showing one large scale B2 and all the rest are much smaller scale B2s across the whole site. Okay. Can I take up the quality of the landscaping then? And this is internal, the internal landscaping. And the 2 plans I think we looked at yesterday, I think that's all you had from one of your desks this morning. The 2020 plan, which was more generous because of the trees, because effectively the site had taken out the trees and there was a compromise we referred to yesterday. Trees were lost, but that gave space for landscaping. And the current situation where the trees are no longer lost, then there's no space for landscaping, or very limited space for landscaping. That was the compromise you referred to yesterday.
Well, that is the compromise, but I would say that there is still internal landscaping, and it varies. Obviously, so you have they're never very helpful, these smaller plans, but say parcels up, but you have detailed plans which include shrub planting, understory, native species, tree planting, wildflower meadows.
Yeah.
So you still have those landscape elements.
Yeah, but you can hold the 2 plans up next to each other and see the stark difference in the extent of the landscaping between the 2.
Well, yeah, talking about quantum.
Yeah.
But there's still attractive landscape features within the scheme as being proposed.
Okay, so if we start these from the beginning of plot 1 going north.
You just remember the CD number for that plan.
Yes, I've got problems with my CD numbers, I'm afraid, because mine were wrong yesterday. I've got
So,
a hard copy, so it's the
CD 2.1 are the first 2 numbers, and then it's the sequence 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 for the landscape plans. And the final one, 2.1.3, on the 3rd page includes the overall strategy, the landscape strategy.
okay, but you say there's still attractive features. Can you start at the bottom of plot 1,
Yes.
moving north? What are the attractive landscape features in that whole distance internal to the site?
So what you have, I'm going to open it up actually because it's the printed version is very small. So what you have is the coming through the woodland. So this is in detail on CD 2.1.1, It starts on, after the cover pages, you start on the first page as you come into that. You know, I was finding it very difficult electronically because they're just so difficult to read. You can't read them. But so when you're looking at the smaller insects, so I don't know if you've got these. This is 2.1.1. Yes, I don't mind. Is it pinch very well? Yeah. So what we have is you come in through the woodland.
Where are you talking about, sorry?
So we're talking about to the south of plot 1.
I asked from plot 1 north. I asked, what's the attractive landscape features
Also, so you don't want to look at the stuff as you come into the site. Okay. So which
we can see quite clearly on the large scale plans how much the amount of landscaping on the areas current to the site is diminished between the two schemes. I mean, it's quite obvious, so I don't need to get into the detail of that. You want to look, you said you wanted to look at landscape features, so let's look north of plot 1. What are the attractive landscape features in the site, please?
Well, the reason you look at the detailed plans is that those ones are showing an overall. And of course, there is less room because rather than take out the woodland and have compensatory space within the development, you keep in the woodland. So what you have, sir, is you have grassland and meadow grassland lying alongside the buildings. You have areas of scrub. You have avenues of trees. So that's all coming through the development along the spine road. And then within those pockets, you also have areas of grassland with flowering bulb mixes. So you have a variety of landscape treatments within it. Quantum-wise, yes, there is less than there would have been if the scheme, which saw removal of the woodland, had continued. But what you have is still very much, there is a green corridor that's quite a wide gate, which is why when you're looking at the detailed plans, you get more information.
You said quantum-wise less. In fact, quantum-wise now is tiny, isn't it? I mean, the strips are, I haven't been able to measure them off, but they're very narrow strips through the green corridor, what you call the green corridor on the spine road.
Well, they're not so much very narrow strip. I mean, they do when you look at it overall like this, they aren't large, but there are green areas, grassland. There are pockets of meadow grassland within that. And of course, if you're only looking north of plot 1 and not looking south of plot 1, of course you are missing the big area where the people trafficking, people moving, where the focus of the open space has been remained.
Well, yes. Apart from, that's really getting. Apart from, you can see that there's really quite stark distinction between the two, just at a high level in terms of that southern area, can't you? The amount of green is just starkly different between the 2020 plan and the 2022 plan.
Yes, but the amount of woodland retained is also starkly different.
Yeah, okay. Right, now, all of that is I need to take please your paragraph 2.8 of your proof. You set out the changes that happened in order to meet the concerns, I think, that were in the consultation responses. Nowhere do you mention all the good points that have been changed. You say you don't mention the fact that the amount of land available for landscaping has been very significantly reduced from that showing as necessary in the 2020 plan.
My comments in this paragraph are related to the place services comments. If place services had provided a second consultation about the quantum of internal space on the second scheme, then that would have been something we're able to address, but obviously that didn't happen. So I'm just dealing with the changes in respect of, because this is the section where I deal with the consultation response, that's the subheading.
Yeah.
So I'm not talking about the quantum because I'm just saying how the scheme responded to that consultation response.
Yes, but you set out how it's responded positively, you say, but you've missed out how it responds negatively in terms of the dramatic reduction in the amount of landscape space internally available.
Because there wasn't a point made in the place services about the internal open space. So I was just dealing with the issues. As I say, we haven't got their view on this scheme.
But what we see in the plans is a function of the maximisation of the footprint of the buildings and the art standing, isn't it? I mean, if you're not dictated to by the scale of the building, you could retain, or you would have retained, much more generous landscaping.
Well, I suppose that's really something to do with how the need and the supply of employment land relates to how the site has been designed on that basis. But and others deal with that. But in terms of what happens within this landscape and other some of the projects I've worked on scales like this, there is a quantum and there is a good landscape treatment, a variety of landscapes within this site. And to be fair, in some parts considerably more than the landscape that exists in the existing business park. So there is a balance to be had because of that change in strategy.
Yes, but we know what balance was struck in 2020 as the exceptional landscape in order to give a high quality landscape environment, and that is very significant diminished.
Well, it certainly has changed, but as I say, we haven't had any comments from the council on the terms of that. And I think that's, that's where we are.
It has very significantly diminished from the 2020 plan to the 2022 plan, hasn't it?
It has, the quantum has got a lot smaller. Yes, absolutely. That doesn't mean the quality of that is diminished. It's the quantum has diminished, because when you look at the strategy on that other insert you had for the original master plan, there was a lot of grassland and some trees, but fewer trees, smaller areas of replacement woodland. So where the woodland was lost, it was being replaced by grassland.
But in any event, you accept in your own proof, and I've also noticed your own evidence in chief yesterday, you accept in your own proof that because of the compression of the site, paragraph 6.10, limited opportunity to provide soft landscape enhancement.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
Okay, and just going back, I mean, that is entirely a function of choices as to the scale of the buildings and the number and density of them, isn't it?
I mean, that of course is the issue you have when you're designing to accommodate a minimum of 40 hectares and you're starting with this type of use. Yes.
And if one looks at the plan at a high level or even in detail, it's quite evident that the imperative has been to max out the scale, density and volume of the northern of the appeal site, isn't it?
I don't know if it's to max out. I mean, it's certainly, I can't say how the drivers have been applied, what has driven the land use, but in terms of, from a landscape point of view, there is landscape mitigation, there is a high quality landscape provided, but compared to the original scheme, it's a smaller area.
Yeah, but look at the plan, please, and answer my question rather than answer a different question if I haven't asked. When one looks at the plans, it is immediately and overwhelmingly obvious that the imperative, that the plans show the maxing out of development on the appeal site.
Again, I can't say it's the maximum out, because I don't know if you could have put more in here. And sorry, if I can just finish. I don't know if you could put more in here, and I don't know if the strategy is to optimise this area for these land uses in order to provide the sensitive response to the south and east. So there are two points there. I can't give the answer because I wasn't involved in the design process, and I'm not working on the need and the economic drivers.
Right. Okay. Yesterday, you stated that the, and I think my note is correct, I know there's almost a verbatim note being taken, but I think my note is correct. I think you said that the high quality landscape and green routes and infrastructure were to be focused on phase 2. Was that in the correct?
I don't think I mentioned green routes.
Green routes.
Oh, green routes as in connecting routes. Yes, I mean, that's certainly the strategy when one looks at the master plan, yes.
And is it your case as a landscape expert that what you get in phase 1, this standalone application by itself, getting phase 2, is providing high quality landscape?
The landscape that's provided is high quality and it's varied, yes.
And is it a high quality landscape site?
Well, if it's implemented in line with the detailed drawings, yes.
Right, so your position is that the plan that we see with these buildings treated by JAL without any significant green gaps between any of them, and straight onto a spine road with a narrow strip of green between the car parks and the spine road is the high quality landscape to which the policy is referring to.
Yes, and I would say again, it's not cheap by JAL. There are because of the car parking arrangement, you have large gaps. Yes, I agree they're hard standing, but they are also framed within the landscape. So I don't think the buildings are cheap by JAL. I think the buildings are set within areas of open hard standing. But what you have, and I have visited other industrial sites, what you have with the tree-lined routes and the areas of meadow grassland and the new hedge planting and the new scrub planting is, for this type of development, high quality landscape.
Yes, for this type of development, and you talked about for other industrial sites, but for this, let me just get that down, for this type of development, this is a high quality. And I think by that you mean a large scale, big footprint, high mass, dense B8 logistics park.
I don't talk about it being dense, as I referred yesterday to the plans showing the distribution of the built form across the site. There are extensive areas in between the buildings, and you know the objective position is it's a logistics park. Whether I'd call it all of the words you describe it as, I don't know, but it is a logistics park. Yes.
Okay, well that's answered right. That cuts out a lot of the next string of questions. Thank you. I'm now going to contrast it with phase 2, which is also under obviously the same policy framework, exactly the same policy framework. Yeah.
Yes.
And you say in paragraph 6.10 again that it's possible in phase 2 and 3. It's capable of delivering a strongly landscaped framework there. And of course, you're distinguishing that between the limited opportunity here.
Yes, I think as I explained yesterday, when you're picking distribution of uses, that spatial distribution within the allocation and the approach being taken does offer that opportunity for green infrastructure within phase 2.
Yeah. So you can get the green infrastructure required by policy when you don't have large scale B8 buildings.
Well, clearly, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So. Thank you. Now, can we just go through very briefly the master plan? And I'm going to put some propositions to you. I think you'll almost certainly accept them all, but let's see where we go. First of all, the footprint of each B1, B2 building is very significantly smaller than the B8 provided on the appeal site.
Sorry, can you take me to a reference?
Okay. Yeah, that's good. It's coming back to the point I thought we'd already accepted. Mr. Bolton's tables. But it's, I think it's really page 43 of Mr. Bolton's where you can set out the floor plan. You can also see it on the master plan itself, just by a high level look at the master plan. But if you want to get
Sorry, which core document is that master plan in?
that's the same one. I think that's the page 6 of the CD 2.1 that we were at page 3 earlier. But as I said, my imagination is wrong. If you've got the plot numbers, you can compare it with Mr. Bolton. I thought we'd established this earlier that you'd accepted that the buildings on the master on phase 2 are all that's smaller than the buildings on the appeal site.
Yeah, yes, no, I had accepted that. Sorry, it's just when you asked the question without me having it in front of me, I can't remember necessarily what I was looking at.
And then with exceptions of plots 13 and 19, I think it is, yeah, 13, and 13 and 19, with the exception of plots 13 and 19, all of the total footprints in those plots is split up into a number of separate buildings, 2 or more separate buildings.
Yes.
And we know that there's a lower density or ratio of floor space footprint. It's 0.4 for the B8, and it's 0.3 for the employment for the B1. And we know also that that the B1 will be over 2 stories, or well, from some of the photos, from some of the illustrations, it appears to be 2 or 3 stories. So obviously a commensurate reduction in floor footprint for the same floor space.
Yes, and that, as I said yesterday, is an appropriate response for the most landscape sensitive part of the site.
And the car parks are landscaped.
Well, the car parks are set within landscaped areas, they're not themselves necessarily landscaped.
And each plot is separated from the next by green avenues, ponds, paths, treed areas, and green corridors.
Yes, that is the case.
With large buffer zones around phase 2 as a whole.
Yes.
And careful treatment of the public highway on Wheatleywood Lane.
Sorry, careful treatment.
Landscaping to
there's landscape to the road, yes. Yes, that's right. It's responding to that quite different landscape character at that end of the site. Yes.
Yeah. With a network of paths, you can see in the sort of yellowy gold colour.
Yes, that's right.
With non-linear roads and routes through. In other words, not straight line roads.
Oh yes, I mean obviously as I was saying yesterday, the topography is much more complex in this area, so that seems to make sense.
And capitalising on the views to create an excellent place. So each building has views out onto landscaping and so on to create an excellent place in accordance with paragraph 1070 of the local plan.
Yes, and that in combination, that is part of the wider allocation.
And phase 2 therefore can be seen in landscape and visual terms as a campus.
Well, it's a landscape. I mean, a campus is quite a loose term in terms of generically campus. I mean, some campuses are much more developed. I've seen inner city campuses that haven't quite agreed. So, but it has a strong landscape infrastructure.
I mean, you said that some in the city campuses are much more dense, but this isn't in the city, is it? It's on the Fridge, so.
No, but I mean, for the use of the word campus, without a definition, it has, proportionally, it has a greater green infrastructure framework. But I wouldn't necessarily call it campus, because I don't think it would feel like a campus because of the uses.
Well, your client called it such twice in the document. I'll take it to in a moment. But in a high quality landscaping, with high quality landscaping in phase 2.
Yes.
Integrating into the wider countryside.
Well, I wouldn't say necessarily integrating with the wider countryside. It places a wooded buffer around itself and the countryside north. It responds to its landscape context, particularly the sensitive, off-site sensitivity, so yes.
Sorry, I need to push this. Are you saying that your own master plan doesn't integrate into the wider countryside?
Well, I don't think it's an integration issue. It is sat south of the woodland. It isn't looking to become part of a wider landscape. It is in itself set within a wooded context, which reflects the local area, but it doesn't sort of become integrated with something beyond.
Which
It reflects its wooded context.
That's fine. That's what I was getting at. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, and let's and overall, you'd accept that provides a high quality B1, B2 business environment.
It has the potential, yes, again, if the landscape is implemented.
Exactly what policy requires. Let's go on to phase 1 and the application there. And I'm going to be putting to you that on every point, the distinction between phase 1 and phase 2 is stark. First of all, much larger footprint buildings.
Well, yes, yeah, absolutely.
Single building on each plot.
Yes.
Higher plot density.
Yes.
Taller buildings.
Oh, sorry, higher plot density. I don't know, I haven't plot density.
That's Mr. Bolton, I think. That's a fair point. With 15 metre, I think 15 or 16 metre tall buildings from the schedule we were given yesterday, compared to 2 to 3 story office buildings shown in some of the photo montages of the master plan.
Yes, I mean, I accept it's different land use within the allocation.
Yeah. And it's with very large HGV areas.
The areas are very large because it needs to accommodate HGV, so yes.
Each plot hard up against the next.
The plots are, but the buildings aren't. Because as you will see between 2 and 3, the space between is maximised by placing the hard standing next to each other. So you have a much broader open area between the buildings.
Between 2 and 3, you say, sorry.
Between 2 and 3. And of course, plot 4 doesn't extend beyond the edge of the northern edge of plot 2, so that the sense of openness in that part of the site will be more obvious. So that spatial arrangements of the buildings within the plots creates those areas. So it's not so much cheek by jowl. The plots are next to each other. That's what happens with plots. But in terms of the buildings, they are arranged to maximise where the openness happens, so the openness isn't fragmented in little bits all the way across.
With the linear route, there's a straight line road through.
Yes, no, obviously, operationally, if you've got HTPs, a straight line route is
So
it's a necessity.
If have large scale VAs, straight line routes are a necessity. Is that right?
Well, I'm just saying for the type of vehicles going on, regardless of what the use is, the type of vehicles travelling on that road, that seems to be a more sensible approach than something wiggly, which ends up being the lorries drive over the landscape because they're trying to turn. So.
Okay. It's quite plain, isn't it, that what's proposed in the appeal scheme from a landscape and visual perspective does not present as a campus-style business park with high-quality landscaping integrated into the countryside in a high-quality woodland setting, providing a high-quality environment. I mean, it's patently obvious it doesn't do any of that, isn't it?
Well, I think there's a number of points there. It isn't the same campus style as phase 2. That's true because of the nature of the building uses. It's in a woodland setting because the woodland is now retained, and there is new woodland planting on the periphery in order to reinforce that edge. Where there is landscaping, it is high quality. And I know you've only wanted to look at the street scene north of plot 1, but there are other areas within this phase. But of course, this is a very different land use. So yes, it's unsurprising that there are differences. And when I was looking at this scheme, when I came onto this, is this the right location? If you're bringing forward this type of logistics development in this allocation, is this the right location to put it in? And I say yes, and I continue to say that.
And I think from what you just said, the differences that we've highlighted and which I think you've accepted are a function of the large-scale logistic uses here.
It's a function of the land, the uses of the buildings, yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much indeed. I can cut through quite a lot of the next section there. Right, now in your proof, I'm now going to the extent of the urbanity, if that's a word, I don't know where I got that from, but anyway. The extent to which there's an urban environment.
Yes.
Okay. And I think in 5.2.7 you say that you regard the landscape as highly urbanised, 5.2.7.
Yes.
And I just wanted to understand precisely what you meant by that, because yesterday you said peri-urban, and now within your proof you said highly urbanised. Are you contending that the site is anything other than a undeveloped greenfield rural site?
Yes, I am.
Right.
And I'm contending that it isn't some of those components. So it is greenfield. What was the other?
Undeveloped.
It is currently undeveloped.
Yep.
So they're factual.
Yep.
Because if they were developed and not greenfield, we wouldn't be having an application on them. So,
yep.
So there we are.
This is in the context of you saying highly urbanised.
But highly urbanised. But I don't believe that the appeal site is rural. And I don't believe it's rural because of the influence and the sense of place created by the urbanised landscape or townscape to the west.
Okay.
And so that has, when you're undertaking the process, the character assessment process that we as professionals go through, the sense of rurality, when it's pastoral and you have tranquility and quietness and solitude. And I understand that some of those qualities exist to some, but and particularly within the woodland we're not touching. But there is that sense, you cannot get away from the fact, and you certainly won't when the phase 2 Iron Kelly is implemented in line with the consent, be able to get away from the fact that you are in a peri-urban landscape in a juxtaposed to a highly urbanised area of development. And the sense of that influence is also because of the degree of enclosure which happens to the north and east side, and the separation from the more rural landscape. When you go to site and you go beyond the woodland and you get out into that landscape, it's very different. So one has to put it all into context.
You cannot get away, you said, from the fact that it's large scale development, and I think that's maybe to the south and west we're talking about, but it is to the south and west.
Yes, absolutely.
But you can't get away from the fact either that as you're experiencing this site, you're in open greenfield countryside, undeveloped countryside, with the north, east and west being anything other than highly urbanised.
Sorry, the north, east and west are high. Are you saying
anything other? Sorry, are obviously other than highly urbanised.
Sorry,
sorry.
I wondered if you were about to make my case. those wooden blocks, and when you move from the edge of the woodland into the woodland, certainly the sense of enclosure, the sense of wooded landscape is really strong.
I'm talking
But-
about, I'm talking about in the site, in the footprint of the building.
Yes, yeah, no, absolutely. So I'm just but when you get into the actual appeal site, you are fully aware that you have left that area, that quality landscape, and have moved into this peri-urban landscape. That is only going to be reinforced. And to be honest, the allocation allows for it to change.
I'm
And
not
so-
asking about the allocation, I'm asking about the words used, which were
But-
highly urbanised. And your position is it's either peri-urban or highly urbanised. But when you're in this open green field with the northeast and the northwest being entirely unurbanised, I mean, with respect, it doesn't make any sense to describe it as highly urbanised.
Well, that may not be your opinion, but I've been through the process, and that is the characterisation, and that is my judgment. And it is because the strength of the urbanisation to the west and increasingly to the south of the appeal site is it has had an impact on the sense of place that one has within the site.
Okay. But the significance of this, you then direct yourself in the same paragraph, 5.2.7, that the council, through the allocation, intends to consolidate that context, the urban context, in this location. So it's the urban context you've described us earlier as highly urbanised, but the council, through the allocation, is intending to consolidate the urban context in this location. Your view is that the allocation is meant to create a highly urbanised environment, isn't it?
Well, yes, it won't be greenfield, it won't be rural, and it will be highly urbanised because there will be a number of buildings, and even in the phase 2, although the buildings are smaller, there are a lot of them. There's a lot of car parking and the roads, so it will be highly urbanised.
And if we go on, please, I think you say in the next paragraph that it is the last 3 lines of the next paragraph. It's important to recognise that the appeal site lies on the edge of and is proposed to be within a quasi-industrial commercial landscape characterised by simple form buildings of a large mass with notably large footprints. And that's that's the whole basis of your approach, is that that's what the allocation is aiming for.
There is certainly, yes, that's right.
Yeah, okay. Okay, and if that's not what the allocation is aiming for, as you've known from our opening speech, we say it's absolutely the opposite of what the allocation is aiming for. You haven't done any assessment of the proposals against the features that I went through earlier.
I haven't, there isn't another scheme, and in fairness, there isn't anything from the council that promotes anything different in terms of a plan for me to assess.
Can I just deal with one factual point to make sure I'm not going to close on a false factual premise? The root protection areas are, I think, compliant with all the arboricultural rules and so on. I think I've answered them enough to know that they do the job. I think I'm right in saying, please tell me if I'm wrong, that the buildings go right up to as close as they can get effectively to the root protection areas after you've provided for the hedge.
I'd have to look, I haven't done the arboricultural report, and I haven't understood there was an arboricultural issue.
And then
So I haven't.
it's just about the landscape, the town buildings fit into the landscape. I think they go right up to the edge of the RPA.
Well, where there are buildings, so it's, let me get my references, it's 4, 5 and 6.
Oh, you're looking on that side, okay, yeah. I was actually asking about, thinking about 2 and the back of 3 actually, but 4, 5 and 6 is fine.
I'm not quite sure if they do, and I can't tell from this plan, and I can't open that one up, but I mean, that's certainly something, if necessary, I could look at in a bit more detail, but my understanding is that it is close, but I can't see the degree to which it goes right up to the edge of that particular one on those corners. But I certainly don't, I can't quite see, so I'd have to check that.
It's fair to say that buildings will be hard up against the woodland.
Yes, where there are buildings next to the woodland, yes, that's right.
And I think a hedge is shown, if one puts all the plans together, I think it's shown all the way around. But I think you said yesterday that obviously it wouldn't be fenced as well, just normal security operational reasons. I reckon that fence is shown on the plans.
I don't see a fence. I don't know if there's there's hard works drawings.
Okay, well, okay.
But to be fair, again, because there hasn't been any landscape comments on the revised scheme, I wasn't aware that there was an issue about the provision of the hedge either. So
no, the fence is for purposes I'm just about to come to in terms of routes through. Okay, so it isn't shown, but I mean under PV rights there'd be the right to put up a fence around all of the units. And you said yesterday you'd expect a fence around the units.
well, I mean, typically because of security, as much as anything for safety of people wandering onto the site. And it might be something that there's a fence, and then once the hedgerows are grown, but we all know when you plant a hedgerow, people walk through it, it's not protected. But the extent to which there is a security fence or the type of fence, I don't know. I would expect something as much as anything to stop people walking out into an area where there's an HGV turning.
Okay, three more short topics. Tree heights. I understood the LiDAR as showing trees well below the heights of the buildings immediately adjoining them, all along the western and northern part of the site and the northeastern part of the site. Am I wrong on that?
Sorry, could you rephrase that?
I've understood the LiDAR from last night as showing that the tree line will be well below the top of the building, all along the western boundary, most of the north and most of the northeast.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, and so you'll lose.
Well, sorry, when you say the north and northeast, immediately north.
That's what I said.
Yeah, but beyond that, they then rise to the 14 to 20 metre range.
Well, when you're talking about the red to the north, effectively the north, the further to the northeast, it's going in the direct straight northeasterly direction.
Can you just hold up a minute? Because that.
You go through these sort of 8 metre tall trees here, and then you get to the tall trees there.
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And so the tree line that currently encircles the site, save for where there's the breaks in the building to the car parking, will be obscured by the scale of the buildings.
Sorry, the tree line.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand. From where are you appreciating this?
From anywhere in the site, from outside the site looking through it, the tree line beyond it will be obliterated by the buildings.
Well, perspective would mean that that's the case. So if you're to the west, so sir, I think it's helpful to turn to my volume 2 and my appendix LP1 in order to just.
The LBI, the zone of visual.
Yes, the CTV.
Yeah. I'm going to go to 1 or 3.
1.
Okay.
Because this is the visibility of these buildings in this landscape. So you can see where the lower trees are because the visual envelope extends into that area. So that is correct. But if you're on the west, looking into the appeal side, you obviously have buildings in the foreground And yes, that's true. As you look through, you will see the trees that are in front of you, and then you'll see the buildings, but you won't necessarily see the trees behind those buildings.
That's all I was trying to do.
But when you're viewing them, you're within the existing business park.
Yeah, or on the northeastern Mrs. Park, which I'm going to come to in a second. Routes through then, please. Paragraph 5.5, you talk about there's currently no public access, but you're aware, aren't you, of the crisscrossing of informal tolerated paths right across the site?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, I think I do note that, but I recognise that people are using the land, but when we're talking about definitive rights of way, so when you're planning, obviously when you're planning and designing something you have to really try and keep the definitive rights or provide an alternative. But yes.
Yeah, but policy 36 talks about the retention of recreational value. It doesn't talk about the retention of public rights of way, it talks about recreational value. On all of the developed areas, that I've understood right, all of the ability to traipse across the land and through the land will be lost, won't it? On the 2020 plan, there was a route through going right through the site and coming out in the north onto the Community Path. But that's not shown on any of the plans now, as I understand it. No, please tell me if I'm wrong. If you look on the 2020 master plan, you can see a route through.
Yeah, I mean, there's a route alongside the road.
Yes, for the
and
staff.
Past the buildings, yes.
Yeah, for the staff to get straight out into the countryside there. But that was on the 2020 plan. On the 2022 plan, I can't see any such ability to get out of the site into the countryside.
No, there isn't. There isn't a route to do that.
Okay, and then in terms of the
well, sorry, actually, there isn't a route to do that apart from coming in south of plot 1, walking down through the open space and through the grassland, and then accessing a wider area that way. But what you can't do is walk straight across into the woodland.
you can't walk. There's no true route through the site to the woodland.
There's no direct route between that.
And the policy requires improvements to the circular walk, and I think you suggested that will be done under phase 2, not under this phase.
Yes.
And it also requires improvements to the bridleways, and again, I think that will be under phase 2, not under this phase.
I'm not aware of what there might be in conditions of section 106 about off-site bridleway improvements. So
okay, that's a new one on me, but okay.
Well, you know, you're saying about the bridleway. So there's a bridleway within the appeal site. So of course, this appeal site cannot improve a bridleway that doesn't exist within the appeal site. So presumably, if there's something you're alluding to about other bridleways, then that isn't something that I'm dealing with, and I don't know if there is something in the legal agreement that I'm missing.
No, I'm just looking at the wording of the policy that requires improvements to the
yes, policy for the application.
Enhancement of the bridleway network, extension of the circular walk, and this application does neither of those.
No, this phase in the application.
Thank you. And we've cut through the last little bit. In terms of the impact on the permissive path to the northeast, we have to talk about that. I think we can agree that what the inspector needs to do on his site visit is to walk that stretch between all the way around the back of effectively Unit 3, right in the north, in the northern westmost corner of that part.
Yes.
All the way around.
Yes.
To the point where the path starts to go into the woodland, more deeply into the woodland.
Yes.
And he needs to have the elevations of buildings and the site plan that does that.
Yes, absolutely. And I would also add, sir, and I think it's a point made in favours by the Rule 6 parties, which is there is also woodland regeneration going on. So over time, I'm not saying immediately, but over time, this isn't a wood that's been cleared and is being maintained as cleared, but it is a great thing with woodland is once you get a clearing, you get some succession and then you get trees developing. So it's not been clear felled and empty. There is regeneration carrying on within that. I'm not saying that's mitigation for this, but I'm just saying that's another thing to consider.
On his site visit, the inspector will note that to the south of the path in the Northern area, there is a 103 metre long, 16 metre high facade,
Yes.
a blank facade, I should say. And one has to move quite a considerable way around to the northeast before you can experience the view through the gap between plots 3 and 2, between buildings 3 and 2, I should say.
I mean, yes, you would, well, as soon as you get to the southern corner of plot 3, you will start experiencing that gap because it will reveal as you move around.
That's fine, some corner of plot 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it gets revealed in the sequence. But also when you are walking that route, sir, it's not just that you do have a sense that you're walking through a woodland, but I accept that it has smaller trees, more happy on that edge.
And the experience currently is a walk up. I need to put the inspector will see. The inspector will see how it's like.
Yes, I'm sure the inspector will make a number of observations, not all of them notified.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
So, you for the example?
Mr. Stinchcombe wanted to ask a question, wants you to.
Yes, there's just a few. So you'll recall from the evidence you received, that 2 of my rebuttals mentioned landscape, albeit largely from an amenity perspective. Those are the proofs of evidence, but proofs of evidence of the same there and Mr. Shaw, and they spoke in terms to Ms. Bocker's proof. So just a few questions. And entirely, Ms. Bocker, from the perspective of those local residents who do, as you know, enjoy the site and its immediate surroundings for amenity purposes at the moment, with missing house and otherwise, the Melanie Friend has just mentioned.
Oh, absolutely, I do recognise that, yes.
And if I can start by just simply touching upon a couple of the points that Melanie Friend made a little while ago, because in your paragraph E2, you refer to the appeal site as being currently in a highly commercial townscape context, and paragraph 5.3 described it as being within a quasi-industrial commercial townscape. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely, yes.
And as a matter of fact, however, the appeal site and the walkways around it, which my clients visit and enjoy, that's located beyond the town of Kettering, isn't it?
Well, yeah, no, it is beyond the settlement boundary, but it's not beyond the influence of Kettering.
And it's surrounded on 3 sides by woodland and agricultural fields, isn't it?
Yes, they're the landscape. There's the landscapes beyond the appeal site.
And at the moment, it is currently open and undeveloped, as you said to Melanie Friend.
It's the same answer.
Those features, that openness, those rural surroundings, they also contribute to the sense of space that my clients enjoy when they visit the site and its surrounds for recreational purposes.
Yes, I have no doubt that's what they experience.
And for the reasons that you've given to Melanie Friend about the need to accommodate big sheds somewhere on the allocated site, and this being the most appropriate location, it's currently proposed to fill that meadow with warehouses which are 60 metres high and with all the trees and woodland that my clients visit and enjoy walking around.
Well, in some cases it will dwarf the trees, but yes, absolutely, that is the case of the appeal proposals.
I mean, it's a direct consequence of your clients choosing to develop 5 warehouses at this site and saying this is the only location within the allocated site that can accommodate buildings of that scale and nature.
I think from a landscape perspective, and for the reasons I explained in evidence in chief, it's certainly from a landscape perspective, if there is this type of development to be accommodated within the allocation, and others on the appellant's team will deal with that, then this is the part of the site that can best accommodate it. This is the part of the landscape which has the greatest carrying capacity for that type of development.
And that part of the landscape that has that capacity, that's the grassland with the lowland meadow ecological value.
Yes, that's that. I mean, that was the topic that was yesterday. I haven't been involved in the ecological evaluation.
So far as the sensitivity in landscape terms of that place to those visitors is obviously highly sensitive, isn't it? If you're walking in the countryside for recreational purposes, you're highly sensitive to the kind of development and changes that you're contemplating.
Yes, I think that's recognised that in the assessment process, the receptors have a high sensitivity. Yes.
Yeah. And that's going to be a free basis.
Yeah.
And in that regard, the meadow is a key liminal space, isn't it? It gives the woodland its context for those walkers and visitors.
Well, I mean, the woodland can have a different context depending what's there. In this case, the meadow is part of that context, but beyond that, so is the townscape. I don't think you can divorce. You can't divorce one and then place all the reliance on the other. I think there are a number of components that sit within the setting of the woodland. The meadow has its own qualities, so does the townscape beyond.
But those residents who cross Weeklywood Lane to visit this one space, they're leaving the townscape in order to visit open countryside, aren't they?
Yes, and they can still visit the woodland, they can still visit the rural area beyond. This allocation has directed a change to this location.
And by losing the meadow, replacing it with warehouses 16 metres high, for those visitors, the context of the woodland will be fundamentally altered, won't it?
For a narrow part of the woodland, I mean, certainly you'll be aware of them on the edge, but once you've moved away from the edge of the woodland, you are deep within the woodland, and it will be not the issue that you have if you're on the fringes.
I mean, it's an entirely different prospect, isn't it? Walking between woods and a meadow, and between woods and warehouses.
Oh yes, absolutely, yes.
And for those local residents, and there are very many of them, who currently enjoy walking around the edge of the meadow and into the woods, their experience will, if this appeal is allowed, be of walking around the edge of an industrial site, or in your words, just neighbour and friend, a warehouse park, not another open space at all. That's right, isn't it?
Well, I think at the moment they're aware of that existing anyway within the meadow, and within the woodland. Yes, it will change. That is, I'm afraid to say, it's difficult to understand how delivery of 40 hectares plus 3 of the land uses that are provided won't have an impact on that. So I don't think the assessment says there isn't an impact, but there will be change.
There clearly will be change, but the change that you're proposing is a change occasioned by a logistics park with 5 big sheds, in the words of Mr. Green, as opposed to a landscape style campus development. That's the change that you're proposing, isn't it?
In that particular part of the allocation, yes, and then there's a different approach for phase 2.
It's what we're proposing for the only development for this inquiry.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And it's going to destroy the enjoyment of those walkers who currently visit the woods and walk around the woods and enjoy the meadow for its habitats as well. It's going to destroy it, isn't it?
Well, it will. I mean, it's unfortunate that they don't feel they can continue to enjoy the woodland. I think they can still enjoy the woodland.
If this development is allowed and if it's implemented, this current peaceful, clean, open space, natural environment will be lost forever, won't it?
The open space will be lost, yes, absolutely, absolutely. Whether it's peaceful or not is obviously a matter of debate and subjectivity. I think the sense of place, because of the existing uses, in the knowledge of the extension and the knowledge of some development, and others are going to debate happening within the allocation, that is an inevitability of delivering the allocation in accordance with the core strategy.
And it's going to be a lot less peaceful, isn't it? With all the HGVs visiting 5 big shed warehouses than it would if it was developed instead throughout a campus style landscape development.
Well, I don't know, because the campus style development might be operating 24 hours with lots of vehicles and more lighting. We don't know, but I don't think the sort of suggestion that, well, campus style is inevitably a lower use or has less traffic or less vehicle movements. I don't know if that is ultimately the comparison, and I don't have the information about what that traffic count could do, so I can't make that comparison. But there will still be people driving, moving, walking, undertaking activities in the landscape, campus style or logistic park.
But you can make that comparison in visual terms if you've just done it between phase 2 and phase 1 on the Elizabeth master plan.
Yeah, as I say, I can do that in terms of understanding the building and the layout, but I can't tell you how the traffic movements go because I haven't got that traffic information.
I've got no further questions. Thank you very much indeed for your patience.
Thank you.
Just 2 things. I'm slightly missed one of Mr. Stitchkin's questions, but just as a question, as a matter of fact, was it suggested that the site is outside the settlement boundary?
No,
It's obviously.
no, it wasn't
Is
still.
it within?
No, no.
That was part of your answer.
Yeah.
Right.
Beyond the settlement.
It's not. I mean, it's a question of fact, and I can make a reference to where it's confirmed it's within. It's called document 3.30. It's for your note 3.38, which is the planning policy response to the application on the first page, confirms the sites within the settlement boundary. That was a side issue. Then just one more thing. You were asked by Mr. Forsdick about landscaping on the site
Yes.
and whether or not the landscaping that was proposed as part of the scheme is going to be a high quality landscaping response or not.
Yes.
And you tried to start zooming in on what the landscaping response would actually be. And he stopped you and said that he only wanted to talk about another bit of the landscaping response. It wasn't the bit he wanted to talk about, and that was the end of that for whatever reason. So I'd like you just to explain the bit that you were stopped on. It's the area in core document 2.1.1 of the
Yes, I have that.
so it's
I don't know if Inspector has it.
2.1.1. It's the first volume of detailed landscape drawings, and on the first, I think you were on the first page of it, starting to talk through.
Yeah. They're quite large files.
That's it. So if you'd like to borrow my one of the laptops,
No.
fine. You were talking through that plan.
Which one we're looking at?
The first one,
First one.
which so yeah, in September.
But the block. Both block one.
South of plot one,
South
as
of
one
Plot
enters, as one sees the entrance to the site, it's all the bottom of the plan. So, could you just talk us through the experience, if you like, of entering the site and moving up beyond, I think it's plot 6 on one's right hand side, up in the direction of plot 1. How does that work?
So you're walking through, you walk through the woodland to get to this point, which is currently, there is already an informal route that's been created by people walking through it, which sort of weaves its way through. So this is the point about there is still access. It doesn't take you straight into the woodland for operational reasons. But what you're walking through is meadow created meadow grassland. You have new native hedge planting, avenues of trees. There are there's a theme of boulders within the landscape, picking up on the quarrying history of the landscape. So there's sort of orange gem-looking shapes on that layout.
Sorry to interrupt, when you say that, you mentioned the quarrying history, what are you talking about?
Well, there's the ironstone has been quarried locally, and in my proof I talk about the changes that have happened. There's been quarrying within the area, so I think the theme is to sort of bring that forward and that sort of link to the past of the landscape. And so those orange blobs you see on the plan, so that's what they are, and that's why they're included. And then you have areas of hard standing and seating for people. And this link comes through into the site. You have a broad footpath that takes you down and then into what is the retained meadow to the south of the site. So when you look down, you have the drainage basin that Mr. Goodwin was talking about yesterday, set within the retained grassland in that area. So for people walking through, instead of coming along the main road and walking past the Salco and the IMK as they do now, they will walk through the woodland, then through a landscaped area and be able to connect to that grassland and the drainage basin there.
The policy test that Mr. Fallsdick was putting to you a few times was this idea of high quality landscaping. That's in the policy, 36E of the policy, was the overall master plan needs to include a network of high quality landscaping. So really, there's a question of your evaluation of what's proposed. Where do you see it? Like, what these plans show? How does it square in your assessment against what this policy is seeking to provide?
I think so, taken as a whole, recognising that different land uses have different operational requirements, but the areas for public movement are high quality. They've been well thought through and have a connection to the place. And so there is that high quality landscape. And even within the developed areas, as you'll see, there are broad green areas with tree planting, with hedge planting, with bulbs and meadows. So it has a variety, even within what is typically usually very urban with very little. So it offers some, but you have to look at the whole, which is this connection all the way through.
Mrs. Brockers, thank you very much. So that's everything from you.
Any queries I have been covered. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So that's that on landscape. And perhaps, I don't know, we'll take a morning break or something, and we'll rejig.
We'll say resume at 11:15, and that will give us a chance to clear out all these issues.
Absolutely, thanks, sir.
Get back. Some semblance of so we'll resume at 11:15.
And be back.
The inquiries resumed. Before we move on to the round table session, two items. There's a Mr. May from the CPRE who had asked to speak with first representations, and it was overlooked. Inspector's documentation, and he would like to speak tomorrow morning at 9:30, so we'll accommodate him then. And the second one is a Miss Goodenough who would like to make a Teams call with us. And our preferred dates and times are, one, would you like to do it as part of the evening session, but I don't think that's really practicable. I understand there's a number of people who have asked to speak in person. Our alternative is on Tuesday, yes, between 10 and 2.
That's over Teams, it would be
Over Teams.
yeah.
So,
So on there, I suspect Ms. Goodenough is the solicitor who's instructing me. And I suspect also that she's not asked me to do it on her own behalf, but on behalf of somebody who's contacted her or
all right.
through us.
Right, there's no-
I'm correct about that, I'm getting lost, so that is what's happening.
That's no problem by us, obviously, it might slot quite well into Mr. Stinchcombe's, obviously Mr. Stinchcombe on Tuesday's calling on Twitter, so
Yeah.
it might actually slot quite well.
We will be starting at 10 on Tuesday.
Yes.
So if we can arrange for the team session.
If I may, Inspector, is this, I've been in contact with a lady who has asked to join my team, Mrs. Curry, I believe.
I think that's the same person.
She's, I've already asked if she wants to join my team, if possible, on the evening.
No, I think it would be,
You've got too many.
it would be, I think, a bit more problematical to do it as part of the evening session. She's offered between 10 and 2 on Tuesday, which if we start at 10, if we can arrange for a Teams invite for everyone for Tuesday morning.
Absolutely.
Excellent. We'll start with
Fine, sir, thank you.
Ms. Curry and then move on to your suite of witnesses.
I'm very happy to see, yeah, of course.
Excellent. Right. So, employment plan. We're going to deal with, we've got Mr. Bennett, Mr. Ward,
Mr. Water in there.
Ward,
We've got Mr. Bolton, and we've also got Mr. Harvey sitting right next to him, going to be involved, and principally with Mr. Bolton, who speaks about the table, but obviously Mr. Harvey's here too, just in case.
Right, and Mr. Richardson's in the middle. Mr. Richardson's in the middle, to help out.
Just to say, so obviously we'll turn to the agenda in a moment, I'm sure. But we wondered whether either as point 1 or 2 on the agenda on the introductory remarks, it might be possible for Mr. Bolton to do 2 minutes or so. I'm sure this would be very happy for council to do the same sort of thing. I've just seen setting as to what it is that we would actually seek to achieve, if you like, from this session. So that before we then launch off into 3, 4 and 5, so we're hoping with an eye on actually saving time, not adding time. As I indicated earlier, our intention, once we've set out what from our side of the key things, actually going site by site, either might be unnecessary or at least we are a lot. So whenever you see fit, obviously I've got no objection to council doing the same sort of thing. We'd appreciate an opportunity to do that.
Oh, that would be incredibly useful.
No, sure enough.
On this element of the inquiry, and I'm sure you won't mind me saying that, but I do get lost every so often in the process.
I've said already that as to the relevance of this exercise at all, I will be asking questions of the council about it. Because I don't think it is, but we're doing it anyway, so. Mr. Richardson's role, that's a name that hasn't been mentioned before.
He's just a background. He knows some of the background, so he can help his with if necessary. But he won't be speaking. He'll just be prompting if there's side. If he knows something about the side that the other witnesses don't, he'll mention. So they're very low key. I agree with Mr. Simons entirely. In fact, I've written out a little note as that I was going to effectively read out as to what we see as relevance to this.
Can I have Mr. Richardson's job title?
Certainly, I'm head of policy and placemaking at Northampton Council.
So I think it would be appropriate for you to start as a policy.
Okay.
We have with that.
Yes, 100%, of course.
We understand, and we could be wrong, but we understand that Mr. Bolton puts into the equation here the need for V8, including medium-sized V8. And when I say medium-size, I mean anything between 1,000 and 9,300 square meters. And we understand, and if I'm wrong on this, then we can cut through all of this, but we also understand that he relies on that as a material consideration in that balance. If he doesn't, then all of this exercise is unnecessary. The council has, in that context, and understanding that to be part of the overall matrix of the appellant's case, the council put in an employment note, which you understand the difficulties from that note. You understand the difficulties that the council was left in quite last minute. And I know that I've seen took exception to the way I introduced this issue in my opening speech, and various in email traffic in the last few days, they've taken exception to the way I introduced it, and the way Mr. Simons referred to their position as well. But it's simply factually accurate. They are the council's advisors on employment and supply. They are doing work for the council on HENA and on and for SEMLEP on employment and supply and logistics. And it was expected that our experts on those matters would turn up at the inquiry. And we were told at the last minute that they had a conflict of interest because ICNE also act for the estate on highways matters, and how on earth that can possibly be a conflict of interest beyond me, but anyway, that's what we were told. And so declined to take part. So the employment note was the best the council could do on what we had.
That's the employment and BE note to the inquiry that was sent by Mr. Bennett's.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And so what we tried to do, it was to pull out information from various sources to show you what the position was, both in terms of the delivery historically and the pipeline. And so you'll see that there's various tables attached to it. And the first table, which I hope you've got in red, yellow, and green. Yes, table 1. Yeah. That shows you the development completions in Northamptonshire over various years. And if I take you back to the note itself, you can see the figures are pulled out from that table to show you what the delivery has been. With the headline point, there's been very significant B8 delivery over recent years. That's the headline being made there. That's paragraph 4. Then the pipeline, namely what else is out there in terms of allocations or uncompleted planning permissions or sites that are available. And for that, ICNE were instructed to consider future needs, and for those purposes, for example, in the HENA, to inform the Housing and Economic Needs Assessment 2023, which my own friend's opening refers to. As part of that exercise, ICNE looked at existing stock and commitments. And if you go to table 2, you can see the ICNE's assessment of total B8 stock in Northamptonshire. I hope you can see that. And you can see in Kettering, for example, it's 273,000 square metres is left, and the total across Northamptonshire is 1 million square metres of commitments. And then we also looked at major B8 sites. So these are ones that are the strategic employment land allocations for B8, or predominantly for B8. And you can see those in table 3, where you can see some of the major sites around the area in terms of which are delivering warehousing. And obviously, most of them will mostly delivering strategic scale individual units. And you can see it's strategic B8 commitments. So effectively, those are the SELs, and so that's what table 3 is. And then table 4 was the council's attempts at some pace to pull together all the information it had on various sites to work out what it thought the pipeline was and how much space there was for both strategic scale B8 units and what we call medium scale B8.
That's the landscape.
Yes, yeah.
I don't know what table number.
Table 4, yeah, sorry, sir, that should have had table 4. And so the exercise.
Could you just repeat what table 4 is showing?
So it's seeking it's pulled together from various sources, and we accept we accepted at the time there would probably be inaccuracies in it, but it gives a broad picture of the up-to-date position on the major B8 sites in North Northamptonshire. That's what it was intended to do.
What does SEMLEP stand for?
South East Midlands
Local
Enterprise
Enterprise
Partnerships Assessment of Logistics in 2022. It's document CD 14.7.
14.2, 14.2, thank you. 14.2.
Yeah. And so just sort of part of the big picture here is that obviously there are some huge warehouses being built in North Northamptonshire, and they're not relevant for our discussion. They're a different category. They're national, almost like Golden Triangle type scale buildings, the national buildings and national distributors. And you will see those all on junction 9 and 10, for example.
Junction 16 part of Northamptonshire. No. So I'm aware of Junction 16 because my wife always wants to stop at the hotel shop and that. But for some reason I don't know.
You can blame me for that.
And so
sorry, we're talking about Magna Park.
yeah, the Magna Parks, the Kettering South Parcel B, the Kettering South areas, the Centrix Park, the Corby Plantation site, and the Seagrove Park at Junction 10. Yes, major sites across the area, which are delivering, and we say in paragraph 9 of the notes, in far higher numbers than required in the JCS, sorry, and over a much broader range of sites. So that was sort of the headline position. So we basically tried to show in the table, we just got the facts out, and we told you that effectively there had been huge V8 delivery, and there was a huge V8 pipeline. That's what the document showed. In terms of non-strategic scale, so that's everything below 9,300. Mr. Bolton's proof, paragraph 650, said, it carried out paragraph 650, a review of planning permissions for non-strategic V8 warehousing. Page 34. And an important point is that he looked at planning permissions. I think there were a total of 44 in that table for V8 across the spectrum. And he identified, if you look at 651, that there were a total of 44. 21 of them were for units under strategic scale, so that was medium and small. But of these, 12 were under 1,000 square meters. So effectively, there were only nine permissions for the mid-range, is what was being said, as I understand it. And only four of those 9 were in the range of V8s proposed here. 2.5 thousand to 7.6 thousand. That's his 6.52. And then, of course, Mr. Harvey provides evidence on demand, obviously because of the revelation of him. But the headline point was that there was as we understood it, was that there was a very low supply, a very low pipeline of medium-sized V8. The table that was provided by Mr. Walton is the essential starting point of the common ground table. So you don't need to look at that table anymore, I don't think. I think you can supersede that because it's been overtaken by the common ground table. But we were concerned that for some of them, some of the ones he listed, he'd misunderstood the scope for medium scale V8s. But also that he hadn't considered the allocations that had not yet been given permission. And so that was the gap that was then sought to be addressed through the common ground. And I can focus us now, I think, for our purposes, in terms of what's shown in the tables. I can say that the issues, as far as we're aware, that of any significance to this case are limited to the following sites, which I think might help cut down what we need to go through. So this is from our perspective and only relevant to the delivery of medium scale warehousing. And the sites we're interested in for potential in that particular category are sites 23, 35, 39, 49, 50, and 63. And we say that those sites give a pipeline of somewhere between 7 or 10 medium scale V8s. We then also looked at a strategic allocation at Corby, which starts at line 4 of the table, which are under the headings E, they're referenced, the allocation. There's the wrong reference, sorry, bear with me 1 second. Row 14, sorry, not, sorry, row. I'm sorry, I got it wrong again. Rows 52, 53, and 54. I'm pretty sure this is a complete list, but there are rows 52, 53, and 54, which are sites at yes, which are sites at a site in a major area that's allocated in Corby. It's called the Centrix Park, Phoenix Parkway Corby. And we say that there is the potential there, not necessarily going to be delivered, but the potential there on allocated sites for about another 13 V8 medium units. Another exercise we've undertaken, which we're not pursuing, so hopefully this will cut down the length of this discussion. Another exercise was undertaken, which you will see hints of in this schedule, in the big schedule, where we were looking at planning permissions for existing planning permissions, where the landowner could come back if there was market demand and ask for a different planning permission, which might include medium scale V8s. And because that's an unnecessary complication and it's a bit never land, I guess, we're not pursuing that position. So all we're trying to look at is the existing permitted medium scale V8s.
So that was the first series of bids that
Yeah.
And the potential 3
on the allocations. And all this goes to is whether or not there is some sort of pressing need for medium scale V8s to be delivered on the appeal site. I think that's the only issue it goes to, and it's silence, tell me if I've got that wrong. But that's how we understood it. And apologies if I got it wrong and I've misunderstood the opponent's case, so that's where we're coming from.
I'm just going to we just say a couple of things first, and also maybe that we don't need to. Just to come back on the relevance of all of this, well, I'm sure we're all going to do it in a minute, but whether or not what we're about to do is worthwhile. 3 steps, I think. Step 1, it's an allocated site. If you find that we accord with the terms of the allocation, which is obviously our case, not Mr. Forsby's case, that's our case, then the appeal can and should be allowed without a need to make any findings on balance of need versus supply. It's just irrelevant for an allocated site like this. That's what the EIP is for. That's step 1. Step 2 are the material considerations. If, against our primary case, you think there's conflict with the policy or the plan might have as a whole, against our primary case, yes, we do say that there is both demand for and indeed a need for all of the units that are proposed as part of this scheme, including the BA ones. And that need and our meeting of that need is a material consideration, which we're going to track weight in the planning balance. And we've got 2 witnesses who speak to that point. That's our evidence, that's our case. Step 3, what is the council's case? The council's evidence, and indeed what Mr. Forsby just said, the council's evidence repeatedly implies, and I really want to stress implies because they never, in all of the weeks and months running up to this inquiry, they've never actually said it, but they have repeatedly implied that there is no residual need for the BA units which are proposed as part of this scheme. And that, we are now told, is what this roundtable is to get into. But even if the council succeed on showing that there's 7 or 10 or 13 or whatever, we'll also get into it, we don't agree with any of the things that they're saying, but even let's just assume for a moment that you're with them on every single site in full. So you disregard everything that Mr. Bolton's about to say. So what? They've shown that there is a pipeline of a few more sites than we think. There is nowhere in any of the council's evidence an assessment of the pipeline for small scale, medium scale, large scale, strategic, non-strategic, B8 and cumulative B8 against need. Never done it. It's too late now. So that's why this exercise that we're about to do is a waste of time, because even if you're with the council on every single point, even if you're with them on every site, even if you're with them that we conflict with the allocation policy, which we don't accept, you're with them on everything, it does not lead you on their case to be able to reach judgment on what needs being met for overall B8, small, medium, large, strat, non-strat, just not on there. I see you could have, but they've not. We have in our evidence, and so you'll hear from Mr. Bolton on all of that, but they've not. So that's why it's irrelevant. But having said all of that by way of intro, I'd like, if possible, to just ask Mr. Bolton to explain what he would seek to how he'd seek to sort of structure, if you like, going through the sites to try, as I say, just as Mr. Forsby's done, kind of narrow it right down and just speed through things as much as we possibly can.
Thank you. Mr. Forsby has already introduced my evidence and what I've said, so that's there for you to read. And I make no excuse for just looking at site planning applications, because what I was looking at is how to meet what the immediate need that was being expressed, both by myself and it appears by the council's witness in terms of the need for, and I'm going to use non-strategic or small scale B8 because that's a terminology that's used both by myself and in both I see report you're taking you to. They use large and small or strategic and non-strategic as the 2 categories of B8. So that's what I use. It's a common approach. So we won't go back and forth across the table. I understand the council's interpretation is not mine. It's not the interpretation of their advisors either. So what I was suggesting we do is not look at completed sites and now I think they're pretty much agreed. But I was looking at this idea of pipeline And there were 4 categories of pipeline, under construction, full of those with reserve matters, outline, and those which are allocated. And what I would suggest,
Reserve matters, outline, and the final one was.
allocation. So what I was going to suggest, we did is I could give you the site numbers that fall into each of those, and then suggest possibly we took one example of each one, to illustrate, if you like, the difference between me and the council, rather than go through all the sites that have just been mentioned. Now, to some extent, my understanding of what's just been said is that those with full reserve matters, the council have now conceded that it's never land that someone who's already got the commission will come back and change it. So it then means we might just need to look at, I think the under construction one would go into that basis as well. The council at one point was saying a large strategic BA unit was under construction but could be divided up into small units upon completion. I think they stepped away from that as well, and that would be site 36. If I'm wrong about that, they will tell me. So we left, if you like, with 2 categories, which is outline and allocations. In terms of what I consider to be outline with no reserve matters, there'd be sites 32, 35, 40, 47. In terms of allocated sites, there'd be 51, 52, 53, 55, 58, and 61. So I was going to suggest we just, if we've only got 2 sets, if you like, I was suggesting we could pick 1 or 2 of those and take you through them. The way I was going to approach it, and I think it'll be appropriate to take you to the approach I was going to adopt on these sites, because they are outline and allocations. Some you'll see we have an indication of what's being suggested, but just to take you to the approach that I have taken, and it's really one which it's the one that almost set out in Mr. Bennett's employment note. That's CD 721, 7.2.1. Paragraph 10, he says, it is clear from the open B1, B2, B8 permissions, including table 3, that when the market has a choice, it tends to focus on large sites. And he refers to the SEM LEP report, and that is as per CP 4.2. And he then goes on and in paragraph 12 talks about 14.2, sorry. In paragraph 12, he then goes on to refer you to the same report, and that where there is open permissions, then the larger scale, and that's above 9,000 square meters in that report, then the latter, i.e. the smaller scale, and his terminology in mind here, smaller scale B8 below 9,000 square meters are particularly vulnerable. Now, if you just pick up that report so we see what we are talking about, and it's 14.2. Turn to section 11, that's page 107. And we see there,
Haven't got there yet.
oh, sorry.
Not me unconnected, but. Let me see if I can get it here first. There we go.
Sorry, sir, it's a large document, not one of mine, but
And we're going to
page 107, sir, paragraph 11.3.
right.
Now, 11.3, you will see that, and this is the ICME report, and it's looking at the implications for other industrial uses. And 11.3 talks about the indicative potential logistics pipeline. And it says it's made up of 73%, with the remaining 27% being for small B8 and other industrial uses. Small B8 again is B8 under 9,000 square meters. And at the end of that paragraph, it says that the pipelines have been based on an estimation of a split between uses of large B8 over 9,000 square meters and other uses, including B8 under 9,000 square meters, a ratio of 75 to 25. If we turn to paragraph 11.15, you'll see, go 11.5, sorry. You'll see the second sentence says, however, recently the rate of demand for B8 has been accelerated and expected to continue. And then goes on to say, last part of the sentence, sites where assumptions are made around a mix of large B8 versus small B8 and other industrial commercial uses are likely to be particularly vulnerable. So that's, if you like, picking up, or Mr. Bennett's evidence has picked up on that wording about the vulnerable. What I understand by vulnerable is that assumption that you are going to get small scale B8, i.e. B8 below 9,000 square metres on, if you like, unrestricted sites is unlikely to occur. So that, if you like, when we start looking at the outline and allocations, my starting point would be the evidence that we have from ICINI and appears to be adopted by Mr. Bennett, is that these large sites will not be delivering any small scale B8, i.e. B8 below 9,000 square metres. On that basis, I don't know how you wish to proceed. Certainly, my suggestion would be a quicker way, but I don't know whether we debate now for a 5-minute discussion to see what sites, or whether we can have a discussion about selecting sites, or whether I eventually want from there.
Initial thought, we're happy for us all to break a few minutes if that would suit you, and we can see if people have a common view on the way forward. But on my list of the sites that everybody gave, both Mr. Borthwick and Mr. Bolton, there is some commonality between the lists. So on Mr. Bolton, so for example, in Mr. Bolton's category of outline applications, just as an example, he referred to site 35, and that was one of Mr. Borthwick's list as well. And on Mr. Bolton's list of sites that were relevant to the question of allocations, he referred to sites 52 and 53, and those were on Mr. Borthwick's list. So one possible way forward might be to actually do them and then see the extent to it, because it is going to be the same sort of issue again and again and again. That where we see above, you might want to take the views after you've heard the debate on those sites as to the absolutely. If anyone's got any sites, obviously that they particularly want to rely on, that can be done. Whether or not you really feel the need to go through all of the sites, totally a question for you. We've got no objection, should we say, to the council taking us through one by one all of the ones on its list. That's fine. But question of making efficient use of inquiry time and the rest of it.
Give me 1 second. I think that's a sensible suggestion. But just give me 1 second. Yep, that's very sensible. 35.
We'd like to do 35, 40. I know that wasn't on your list, but it's Mr. Bolton wants to say something about that.
52 and 53 as examples.
I think so.
Maybe 50. I mean, they're all based on that site, so they might stay going to 54.
Hang on, one moment.
54 is a duplicate of 53.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, word from someone with that.
No, that's what you said. You said it's a duplicate.
So that's fine.
Okay. So 52, 53, 54, 35, and 40.
I think so. It sounds like a plan.
52, 53, 54, 35, and 40.
We're happy if everyone else is. 52, 53, 54, 35, and 40. Is that it? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Before we do that, there was nothing else that was said about the local planning authority in relation to what they understood the position to be. Question, other than what you would ask from across each other.
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
Well, I think what we started off with the point that the need for being a medium size was material to the planning balance.
Right. Non-strategic BAs. Yeah. We do say
I
that.
went through various points that the council were proposing. There's nothing else other than the differences over these sites that you're querying.
I'm querying, yes, there are, I mean, on the supply side, we're taking these sites as illustrative of wider challenges that we make to the assessment of pipeline, but we also make a wider point about the relevance of what the council's trying to show on pipeline, which is something that I'm going to help with your three steps. Yeah.
Okay, perhaps I should just respond to those 3 steps to focus discussion. We accept that if this is an allocated site for medium scale B8, then need has got nothing to do with it. Yes, we accept step 1. Step 2 is where this is all focused at, because the appellant claims need to justify another material consideration. We are responding to step 2, not making our own step 3. And so yes on 1, if the appellant's right on 1, needs irrelevant. Step 2, the appellant's raised need, and we're responding to their claim.
I'm happy with that, to leave it there if you like until we get to cross-examination and closings.
So who's going to start off with site 35?
Toss a coin officially.
Useful, Mr. Bolt, to start off with his position.
I think 35.
Yes, site 35, and this is one that Mr. Bennett's company is promoting through the outline. As I say in my comments on this one, it's proposing 1 strategic unit and 2 small units. That's in the detailed site plan that's been provided as part of the outline. And it shows that that's quite a low density on that site because it's got quite a lot of additional HGV parking, and then it's got a number of swales and what looks like attenuation. So that's all being provided as part of the outline. And what I've done is I've taken the figures that are shown, albeit in the outline, but in the site plan that accompanies the outline produced by David, as being indicative of what the site will deliver. The council's approach is to effectively ignore, if you like, that supporting information and just apply a approach which looks at the plot ratio and then works back from applying the plot ratio to the whole of the site. So in this case, ignoring the suds and the additional parking that's being provided, and calculated as the maximum that could be delivered on that site for small scale B8. Now, that is, I would suggest, not in accordance with Mr. Bennett's own evidence on that, and it's not in accordance with the submissions that his company has made on that site.
Can I help cut down the issue further? I understand that Mr. Bolton is accepting 2 equals and small equal and medium, 2,200 and 2,800 square meters there.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's 2 out of the 3 that we're now claiming there. And you ignore the 4,000 square meter B8 B2 one, do you? You assume it's going to be B2 rather than B8. Your comment to the right hand column, do you see that?
Yes.
And maybe I've read it wrong, but you say 1 strategic B8, you say 2 small, we don't, obviously the wording is controversial, and 1 B8 B2, 4,000 square meters.
Oh no, okay, sorry, I count that as well.
Oh, okay, so there's 3. There's 3.
Yes.
Okay, well that's fine. So we agreed then on that side. There's 3 medium, So that's, there's 3 non-strategic ones on that side. Yes, that's great. That's fine. I thought we might be able to capture that.
And the next one was
39.
yes, again, this is an outline where the developer has made an application to their condition, and when you look at all the detail that's being provided in terms of landscape visual impact assessment and condition 37 on building heights, you know, look at all the supporting information to this.
Sorry.
Oh, same. This is an outline, but when you look at all the supporting information, in terms of the signing off conditions and variation of conditions, you see that this site is, the intentions for this site is for a large single strategic V8 unit. The council have not taken into account, if you like, developers' clear intentions and has suggested a pipeline of 2 medium sites, or what we would call small.
We're not pushing 40.
Sorry, but I thought we'd, okay.
You're one who wanted to put 40 on the list, so that's on the list. So there's no issue on 40.
Okay, but you do have a pipeline figure in for it.
We're not pursuing.
Okay, thank
Are
you.
we to take it, as I've not understood that, are we to take it from ones that, all of the ones that are not on the list that you read out, or as it were, no longer perceived as part of the pipeline argument?
No, I chose 4, I think.
Just 6.
No, I chose 4, you chose 2.
No, I don't mean that. I mean your original list of 6. Your 23, 35, 39, 49, 50, 63. And you went through them. And then the 40 wasn't on your list, and now you say it's no longer pursued. So it is the implication then that all the ones that aren't on, that you've not read out specifically, to infer, if you like, that the council's, as it were, not got a problem.
All the ones other than the 23, 35, 39,
That's what I'm
45,
saying.
50, yes, sorry, yes.
Okay.
I think we're agreed, actually. The table shows agreement.
Okay.
So 40, we're not disputing what you're saying on 40.
My apologies, I'm obviously having to do this on the phone.
No, don't worry.
So what's the next one on our list?
253.
Maybe we should start on that one, because that's a major allocation the Housing and City Planning Commissioners, I think. Is that right? Yeah, that's the core allocation, so over to my team on that.
So this is an allocated site with no application, so it could potentially deliver some immediate units in the pipeline.
This is 52, yes.
52.
Yeah. Well, my response to this.
Total of 30,800 square meters.
Yes, 30,000 square meters, that's it. As an overall.
52, yeah. So can you explain the pipeline? The pipeline only adds up to about 12,000 square meters.
These are the figures that have been provided by the council officers, and I understand that there's been an error in one of the, because as you rightly say, it doesn't add up. I believe it should read 3 medium units at 9,299 square metres and the one 3,000 square metre one. But there is a typo there, so apologies for that. I believe it should read capacity for 3 medium units at 9,299 and one at 3,000 square metres.
Your point is simply that your point is simply that there's no planning application, planning commission yet. It could, consistent with the allegation, deliver those if there's market demand for meters, right? If there's market demand for meters in units.
Yeah, we could deliver medium units.
That's as far as the point goes. It could deliver. Yeah.
This might well be taken up in cross-examination with Mr. Bennett, but his evidence is that the site like this would be vulnerable. So even the 75-25 split that's used in the SEMLEP 14.2, CD 14.2, would suggest that this site is likely to go for just straightforward strategic scale, B8, i.e. B8 above 9,000 square metres. And there's no evidence contrary. That's where the evidence takes you.
The only issue I'd like Mr. Bennett to comment on is if there's pressing market demand for medium scale B8, any reason why this landowner wouldn't choose to meet that need?
No, the site can be responsive to changes in the marketplace. It can deliver, and it could pivot to deliver the medium size units.
My sponsor is that there can be a pressing need for medium scale and small scale B8. I would say small scale, they say medium scale. However, there can be a pressing need that cannot be met. And I look at Mr. Harvey and Mr. Ward's evidence, and that seems to be what they're suggesting. There is a need, if you like, for this sub 9,000 square metres to be met, to be maintained. That is not, and that is, if you like, gazumped, if you like, by the strategic side, because strategic scale simply just probably pays more for the site. And that is effectively what CD 14.2 tells us. And it provides us, if you like, with a policy response to deal with it. I mean, both Mr. Bennett and Mr. Ward referred to the issue of crowding out, and crowding out is precisely this issue. It's precisely the issue of strategic scale B8 outbidding and outcompeting with small scale B8. And I've already taken you to some of the references, but if I take you to CD 14.2, page 129, and actually go to 128. Start of this section, it talks about implications for other land uses. And paragraph 15.21. If one goes over the page and looks at the last sentence on paragraph 15.21, you'll see that Iceni state the rate of demand for B8 And in this context, when one reads, if you like, this section as a full B8 is referring, if you like, to strategic B8, i.e. over 9,000 square metres, the rate of demand for B8 has been increasing and is likely to increase further, which will put pressure on other uses, notably other commercial space, including smaller B8, general industrial and offices, which will typically be less viable. So the evidence is that yes, there might still be a need, but that need will not be met because even when there's a need, the large scale B8 will outbid it. Paragraph 15.22. It therefore requires or suggests to local planning authorities to maintain up-to-date evidence on large B8 requirements, non-large B8 requirements in order to ensure a balanced and long-term approach to economic growth. So they are suggesting that there's an issue that needs to be addressed in terms of meeting the requirements for non-large B8. And they say that doing so will support the differentiation of sites in policy and spatially, and that they should work collaboratively to maintain a healthy evidence supply of large B8. So there, if you like, you have the evidence that the assumption that there's a benefit to you, which is contrary to what he says in his statement, that yes, there might still be a need for small scale B8, which will not be met on, if you like, unconstrained sites. This is an unconstrained site.
But just to come back to that, so that obviously it's, I guess, the fundamentals of the case in terms of what we consider, what different parties consider to be non-large. So in our opinion, the proposals are large, and therefore they could be accommodated on this site, for instance. Not strategic, yes, but large.
So can I just assist you with that? Just thinking about the rather medium.
Sorry, I'm just trying to process the point.
Once you finish processing, so then you welcome to say,
Yeah. Right. Yes, I understand.
it's got nothing to do with what small scale B8 means within the language of policy 36 at all. All it has to do with is what I see the council's own advisors consider to be large and small scale B8 for the purposes of their analysis on grabbing out, which is what Mr. Baldwin's just taking you through, and which is what the council's own witness positively relies on. That's what this is about. And in this document 14.2, they tell you there's no sort of ambiguity. You don't need to guess when they say large what they mean. That they tell you, and it's loads of places, but including 7.6, that large equals, they call large shed, big box, large scale equals 9,000 square meters plus. When they in this document are considering, you know, large versus small, implications of pipeline of large for other uses, small scale BA, they're absolutely clear on what they mean. So the debate that we're having at the moment has nothing to do with the meaning of small scale BA and the meaning of policy. It's very clear what I see here telling us, and indeed it's clear that Mr. Bennett has, or had anyway until today, been adopting all of that and relying on it. It tells you that 75% of the time, if you like, for unconstrained BA sites, it's going to go large because that's the viable option. And so if the council's going to say that on these unconstrained sites, you know, we should consider pipelines as comprising completely small scale, non-large, sub 9K square metre BA, you know, with some sort of evidence that supports that kind of assumption, because the only evidence that we've got at the moment is that says literally the opposite.
I have nothing more to add. So it seems fairly clear to me what the document says. I know they're new to you, but hopefully we've taken you through them so you're very clear what small and large mean in the context of the discussion we just had, and in the context of what that means in terms of demand and crowding out.
Go with 52. Yeah, yeah, 52. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of say, it's not my intention to kind of contradict kind of other parts of the truth, obviously. The key take from this is that this site, for site 52, is available for units of the site proposed.
Key point is, from your side, is that whilst it might be available for units of that size, you're saying money talks, and
But well, yes, and to be fair, I
the
rely
big
on
units talks and the big units will take this up basically.
Well, unless there's a reason that they won't, so there's got to be some sort of work out that that's it.
I'm feeling like a computer, you're punching information into it.
I understood Mr. Simons just to say and to rely on the paragraph of the 7 report that said 75% of the unconstrained VAs is going to go large. That's my note of following this. Thank you.
he did say that, but I actually took you through the whole report, sir, that goes to the issue of that being a vulnerable assumption. And I explained to you what I thought vulnerable was.
So if you want to 53.
53. I suppose the discussion is very similar, although this site is so it's an allocated site, and it has it's been allocated for 60,000 square meters, and that's been calculated to deliver 6 medium-sized units of 9,300 square meters and one at 4,800 square meters. And similar to the last discussions, it's considered that this site is available for those medium-sized units, comparable to the proposals.
Well, I could just be cheeky and say, see the above in terms of what we previously said, but in this case, it's slightly different. In this case, we do actually have a design and access statement. And table 1 of that sets out the size of scale of units that are being proposed. And those are all of a strategic scale. So, whereas I would be relying on the evidence of ICINI, if it was just an outline to say, actually, you know, large is going to trump small. In this case, we actually have the declared intention of the promoter of the scale of sites that are going to be put in. And there is no evidence to contradict that.
do you get your capacity from?
But that kind of comes from the overall square meterage, the 60,000, and it's broken down into the highest of the mid box units and what's left. So yeah, that was 6 medium at 9,300 and 1 at 4,800.
So that's just a figures exercise.
It
There's
is,
no
it is.
relation to the design
That's
access.
correct, yeah. I believe it's pending an outline planning commission.
That's the case for all of these, that's the point. It's each time it's a figures exercise for these allocations. There's no evidence supporting any of them for the allocations. Let's just look at the overall size, divvy it up, and let's see how many 9,299 can fit in. That's, with respect, it's not even close to being evidence of anything.
Why set aside the implications of the design and access statement?
Well, it's not. It hasn't got permission. I'd say that firstly, and secondly, it's not information that hasn't been provided to me.
But wait a minute, there's an outline application in.
On this side for 53.
Yeah. No, 53.
53.
No, 53.
Yeah. What we're talking about. Yeah.
Where does the design and access statement come from? There's no application.
Application, sorry, if you look at the middle part of progress, application pending.
Right.
Sorry, that's.
There is an application.
Sorry, the table, where it says applicant name, and it says no applications, that's misleading, because there's an application.
If you look at exactly, it's 6 or 7 boxes, it's progress, application, so there is an application.
And there's also an application number under the reference as well.
Right. So there's an application in, and the requirement is to provide a design access statement that gives the parameters for the development.
Yeah.
The parameters for the development in the design access statement are, as Mr. Bolton says, 9,300 square meters plus. So why would you ignore that in sort of assessing the potential pipeline?
Sure, it's a case of ignoring it necessarily. It's a case of showing or putting across a view that though it's not a delivered site, it's not under construction, it hasn't got full planning permission. So it could still be within the.
Would it be possible to ask through you, and I appreciate this is through a round table, but was Mr. Bennett even aware that there was a design access statement when he read it at the time that this table was put together?
I've not seen the design access.
So the point I pick up on is the allocation is based on policy 27 of the joint core strategy. Now, policy 27 covers a very broad area, and that site, the last site and this site all fall within that remit, and I think the next one may be to, but I'll review that. So it's a broad area, and the way that that's been coming forward is, well, the policy requires the preparation of a master plan for that whole site. That master plan hasn't been brought forward or agreed.
Whole allocation.
For the whole of the allocation, policy 27. So then with that, the way that sites coming forward is playing out is there is a very large, not very large areas of land available to come forward. So if interested parties are willing to submit proposals, then those proposals are gainfully entertained through this allocation. So it's not structured in a way that's restrictive to any form of the uses within that area. So there is, in essence, quite a significant flexibility in the implementation of that policy. And I suggest on that basis, that's where interested parties come forward and then go away. And there are other sites and other examples that show that has occurred. So for that purpose, I think it's wise that we don't discount an expression of interest or some initial interest in sites being played out. But then, as to whether they come forward in a specific site interest or a speculative purpose, I think that allows for some the assumptions can't necessarily be made so readily in this instance.
Can I pick up on a policy point so that you may need to take into account on this? If you look at policy 24A, which is relied on the evidence, both of them. 24A, page 119. Where you have large scale strategic distribution developments involving individual units of 9,300 or more, subject to market demand and viability, they should also include provision of a proportion of floor space in the form of smaller employment units. You can see this text that at 8.19. But where there's a requirement for a master plan, where you have policy 24A, there will be a requirement for provision of smaller floor space employment units under 24A.
Subject to viability, which is not a word we've just made for the last half an hour.
Well, the viability doesn't mean that the highest profits, it means the ability to deliver. So viability is absolutely not about maximising profits, it's about whether it's possible to deliver. That's all it is.
Sorry, yeah, but there's no evidence to support taking a different view to design access, not a sausage. I mean, I don't really understand why we're even having this. I genuinely don't. If the applicant said what they're going to do, and if there was some evidence to the contrary that maybe they won't, or that that they're wrong, or that whatever, then fine. But the truth be told, the council's witness didn't even know there was a design access statement and read it. So, end of.
Well, I'm sorry, that's not correct. That's just simply failing to address my point, which is that the area that we're talking about here will have to deliver at some small scale and medium scale.
So subject to market demand and viability, which are the very things that RCE identify as being problematic when it comes to identifying non-strat PA. Literally, the two things that it identifies will be a problem: viability and market demand. So anyway, that's that.
So I need to come back on that. The appellant's case is that there is market demand. That's medium scale VA, that's the whole of the case on step 2. And viability is not about, it's exactly not about allowing viable developments to be carried out by more viable. That's the whole point of policy 24A. And I'll be making legal submissions on that one.
We need to go to 54, or was it a suggestion that there's duplication? We were also want to just not really.
That's my team.
Yeah, that's why we didn't think it was duplication. Yes, it's similar to the last one, really, in that it is an allocated site part of the allocation cost could be 45,000 square meters of B8. No detailed planning application to get them received. It's available. Again, it's a kind of a simple maths exercise, but it's available for 3 medium units at 9,300 and one slightly smaller one at 7,700 square meters.
But equally, if you go for something else,
You could.
On that one, if the design and access statement's been reviewed by the authority. 54, sorry.
54.
Yeah, sorry, there's an outline application, isn't there? Obviously the reference on the far left. Yeah, so is that something that the council checked into?
It's not something I have, and I haven't been provided the information for it.
Anything else you want to cover on?
I think it was said that it was a duplicate, and we don't understand that just from the site labels that we understood that site 53 was site allocation ELR 11H, and that site 54 was ELR 11C. If we're wrong on that, then there might be a duplication by the word sites.
I thought it was duplication because I thought the application number would be rather than go through page by page, I'm just going to certainly switch it to see.
If you look at 53 and 54, 53 is referring to a land or thing as part of a ELR 11H, which I think is what I just said, and 54 is Norfolk Birchington Road, ELR 11C. So
That's
on face it looks like a site separate.
Yeah, but what I said was I detected that reference number on the application number being used already in the table.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just going to check that. Yes, I accept it's not the one about.
Okay, sorry.
The design, just for your information, it's all a matter of fact on the public records, obviously could have been checked. The scheme, which is scheme 54, the one that we're looking at the moment. The proposal in the design and access statement, obviously, which has been permitted, so there's an outline consent in respect to this one, is for a single unit of up to 42,085 square metres, a single unit with ancillary offices, transport park, maximum height of 18.5 metres, etc. So that's what was considered. Lots of visuals proposing that in the design and access statement. That's the scheme that was considered by the officer in the officer's report, recommended for approval and approved earlier this year in March of this year. So
when I said the application number being repeated, it's site 41, same application number. And that actually makes the point about the outline application. It also makes the point about Mulberry, the developers Mulberry actually advertising the site for being for extra large build to suit opportunity ranging from 250,000 to 2 million square feet. So the owners, voters of the site are very clear in terms of what their intentions are on that outline application. So you clear why I think it's duplicate now?
Maybe that's something that you might want to check. But even if it is a duplication, it's the same point, isn't it? It's the same point.
I don't think from our side of it, so I think we've given you enough of a flavour, if you like, to understand what the nature of the debate is. Obviously, we're happy to do any more sites that the council would like to take it to.
No, that's okay, yeah, it gives the flavour.
Yeah, I think we've got the point. Right. Coming up to lunchtime. In terms of
We are spot on time again, unbelievable. Yes. Exactly on time. So on with the local authorities evidence afterwards.
if you get through, you think you will complete, Mr. Bennett? We start back about, what time is it now? 1:30. 1:30, 4:30. No, that's.
No, I think trying to be realistic, but there's a fair amount, obviously, Mr. Bennett. So I think.
And if we move in, if we continue with Mr. Bennett tomorrow morning, you're not proposing anything else coming on.
We were proposing Mr. Harvey, but we haven't hit what time you want to try.
True. I mean, if push came to shove, I'm sure there'd be scope. If you wanted to rise earlier, if you like, on Friday after Mr. Bennett's finished, we could discuss doing Mr. Harvey after the weekend.
Well, if you work on these times,
yeah,
finish Mr. Bennett probably mid-morning, and then deal with Mr. Harvey, which is an hour and 30 minutes.
That's the idea.
Minimum.
Yeah.
That would take us up to lunchtime. Then there's no point then starting. Well, we're not.
The only person
we could bring is Mr. Bowl.
Oh, sure. No, absolutely. No, that's right. So we weren't planning on doing this. We were planning on stopping at Mr. Harvey on our side. Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
That was the idea.
Well, let's complete with Mr. Harvey.
On Friday. Yeah, exactly. Tomorrow, so exactly. Yeah, that's
You're
right.
going to lose track of the minutes.
Me too. Thank you.
Right. Well, that seems good place to stop. So, 45 minutes. Let's get on the resume at 1:30. It's like
And we're back.
Inquiry is resumed. Anything you want to raise before we move on?
If I can introduce Mr. Ward, after Mr. Ward, you produced a short proof, which the inspector should have, and a table, but the wrong table was provided with it originally, and I think you provided a substituted version. I hope the inspector's got the substituted version. Also, it's a 1.5 page, which is just a table setting out sites inquiries that have been received by the witness. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so if I can introduce the witness, and we'll get into very short points that we're going to deal with today. You're Greg Ward, and you work in the Economic Growth and Sustainability team here at the council. And you've worked in this discipline for 15 years, and you're a member of the Institute of Economic Development, which you tell us, I think on the next page, is the body for local government economic development officers.
Yes.
And you currently sit as a non-executive director on the board. You explain in paragraph 3 the situation with Iceni that we all know about, and you then make clear what you're not doing in this evidence. You're not purporting to second guess any of the employment land studies that's been carried out over the years. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're not putting yourself forward as an expert on employment and supply.
I am not.
And you're here really to talk about your experience as an economic development officer on the ground, let's put it like that.
I certainly am.
So we're going to deal with just 2 main points, I think, which is the major employment sites in and around Kettering, which is the focus of your area, I think, is that right?
It is.
And then the inquiries that you've received.
Yes.
Okay. And we can do this all quite briefly. In paragraph 6, you identify the totality of the major parks that serve the Kettering area.
Yes, I do.
And you tell us that the Telford Way industrial site and Kettering Business Park, Pytchley Business Park, which are the same thing, I think, / Pytchley, are available for smaller B8 and general industrial, with the others accommodating large-scale distribution.
That's correct.
Okay, so when we talk about Kettering Business Park here, is it the same Kettering Business Park as next door to the Peel site?
No, it's not. It's actually to the south of Kettering, and it's colloquially known as Kettering Business Park.
Okay. Now you've done some work looking into the position vis-a-vis availability, demand, space available, and so on in the Telford Way and actually Business Park. Can you give some information about those 2? What I think you call them both industrial estates. Oh, sorry, you call Telford Way an industrial estate and literally part of the business park. But I think from my understanding, what you're saying is that there's at Telford Way a mix of general industrial and distribution uses, all small scale. And and there's very, I think the vacancy answers to be very low.
Yeah, indeed.
With no space for development, and then you set out the rents, and then the same sort of overall position in respect of the Piketree Business Park, but you there find two available. You set out available units, paragraph 16 and 17. So for Telford Way, you found one unit available for sale. Do you know the size of that one?
Yes, the size of that one is 11,700 square feet at Unit 1 Linnell Way.
And in terms of the Kettering Business Park, actually you've identified one unit for sale of 56,000 square feet. That's, I think, light industrial, is that one?
It is, yes, and it's for sale at 3.6 million.
And then one unit to let at 32,000. And what use is that into now?
I've got that down as a B2.
B2. And then Orion Way is not relevant because that's just looking at offices, and we need to look at that. Okay, so what's the overall position then, please, in terms of the stock of available medium-sized B2 units, in and around Kettering?
So essentially, based on those two business parks and the industrial estate, my conclusions and my experience of being driving around the sites and checking these is that there's very little B2 stock available, vacant.
Thank you very much. So that's the main, that's the first main point, and we move on to the second main point, is business inquiries. And you've told us in your introductory section, one of your main roles is to encourage inward investment, including by taking up inquiries from, for example, DTI, sorry, actually it's called it DTI in Yorkshire, Department for Business and Trade and SENDEF and stuff.
That's right, yeah.
And you've produced a record of your of inquiries in a table 1. And could you just, this is, over what period is this table covering?
So essentially, I thought it'd be a good idea to give an indicative list of the inquiries that I've had since our legacy councils became a unitary. So this is since April 2021. So it's a decent time. It's a decent period of time. And these are all the ones that I've had in where the inquiry has come either directly to me at the council or via a commercial agent locally who's asked me to assist.
Okay. And if we, this is a redacted version where you've, this is a redacted version where you've crossed out or you've removed the names of the companies, the relevant companies. But you identify the uses as we go down. So we've got the first one is manufacturing, so that's B2, is that?
It is, yeah.
Same for the Undor one.
Yeah.
Research and development, do you know what category that would be in? Is that B1 or B2?
Yes, that's in B1.
Energy infrastructure, I'm not sure that's going to be relevant to anything we're talking about. Is it a use that's relevant to us?
Not at this stage, no.
Office space and manufacturing, so that's B1, B2, the Dutch company.
Yeah.
Supplier of catering and janitorial supplies, trade supplies, so treat that as B8, I suppose.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
And then the trade supplier for construction. I'm not sure whether that's relevant to our, that's an open yard or?
It's predominantly open yard, yes.
So not sure that's relevant to our purposes. Life sciences, what class is that going to?
I put that down as an E.
Then the food specialist, that's we know that that's Simrise.
Yes, indeed, it is, yes.
can you update the inspector on what Simrise is doing, where it's going, or what its plans are?
I don't actually know where currently Simrise are looking to relocate to, but I do understand that they were part of the looking to go to move and also go to the North Kettering Business Park.
Well, to plot one here, right?
That's right, yeah.
So that they've got a need for 10,000, I think, square metres is what I think we told elsewhere in the papers. The Kettering one, they're looking to expand food and drink. What class is that?
That's a B2.
And then construction, I'm not sure that's relevant either. It's a large yard. And then office, obviously, B1. Okay. And that's that page. Over the page, only manufacturing core B2. And ice cream manufacturer again, B2.
Yes.
Right, okay. So, obviously you're not giving detailed evidence as to the economic situation or viability or anything like that, but what do you take from the inquiries received?
So my experience has been that when we've had these inquiries come into the council, I obviously pick them up, go out and visit the business themselves. That's usually the modus operandi. And then when it's a query about grant space or relocating within North Northamptonshire or looking for a bigger unit, then I'll either engage with the commercial agents, unless the commercial agents have actually sent me it in the first place. And in all of those B2 E-class as well instances, that's been very problematic. And so over a period of time, the table evidence is that this is a recurring problem that we find it very difficult to ensure retention of our businesses when they are being successful and looking to grow.
For B2.
For B2, absolutely. Moving from B2 to B2. Yeah.
And what about B8? Is there the same problem with B8 in your experience?
I've not had the same level of difficulty. It depends on the size of the B8, to be fair. But it's fair to say that I don't usually get involved in any large scale B8. It's usually smaller B8.
Yeah, of course. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Last page of your proof. You draw it all together. So it's not paginated, the last page that starts at paragraph 24 onwards.
Yes.
Great. So you have been over the inquiries that you've received, and you tell us at 27 that your experience of existing employment areas in Kettering for non-strategic stock are performing strongly.
That's correct, yeah.
And that includes B8.
That includes B8, yes.
So we've got a strong market for non-strategic B8 in your view.
In my view, yeah.
And that is illustrated, if you like, by the things that you say in the next sentence. There is low vacancy, rising rents, lack of supply, ongoing demand.
Yeah.
For non-strategic B8 in this area.
For smaller units.
Yeah, including small B8 units.
And also B1, B2, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm obviously focusing my questions on B8, not for a moment wanting to suggest that there's anything less than demand for those things as well, but that there's also strong demand in your view for non-strategic B8 in this market.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And just to understand, you use this phrase non-strategic stock. And for lay people like us or like me, not you, coming into this this area, just so we're clear on what non-strategic means to people who work in this industry, would you mind? I don't know if you've got access to. Doesn't look like you do access to any of the core documents. The ICE document 14.2.
I have read the.
You've read it, you refer to it in your proof.
I'm not an expert.
It's certainly, I'm hoping it won't require any expertise. It talks, doesn't it, just cut a long story short, about non-strategic stock being stock that's under 9,000 square metres.
It does.
And it talks about strategic stock, website, as being units which are over 9,000 square metres.
Correct, yeah.
And when it comes to you giving your analysis of the market, which you do in your proof here, when you're using this phrase non-strategic stock, I infer, although you say you're not an expert in this, in what I see you saying, you're broadly on the same page as what they're talking about.
I mean, in terms of my report, which is the basis on which I'm talking on the cross-exam today,
Yeah.
That is my understanding, that there is a shortage of.
Not asking about shortages, just about literally the words that you're using. So when you say non-strategic stock, should we infer from that you're talking about stock which is underneath 9,000 square metres a unit, sort of thing?
That is correct.
That's what I thought. So that's how the inspectors understand what you're saying. Is it okay? So your view is, your evidence to the inspector is that there is a strong demand, lack of supply, and ongoing demand for a number of things in this area, including B8 units which are under 9,000 square metres. That's what you're explaining in this.
Sorry, could you tell me which section you're on?
I've not moved. We've only looked at one sentence so far. So no, 27. Sorry, I should have said. So 27. You've said that there's the non-strategic stock are performing strongly, and we've just broken down what you mean by that. So that's to say stock which is in B1, B2 and B8.
Yeah.
When you say non-strategic, that means stock which is underneath 9,000 square metres.
Yes.
So that's good. So that's that. And then you say in the second sentence, there's low vacancies, rising rents, lack of supply, and ongoing demand for these things.
Yes, and I suppose that sentence should have said that my difficulty is particularly with B2.
Yes, right. Okay, so that's what you just explained, but it remains your position, I think, that in fact there is a lack of supply and ongoing demand for B2, but also for non-strategic B8 as well.
That would be that you would draw that conclusion from that statement. Yes.
Okay. If we agree then that there is a lack of supply for and an ongoing demand for non-strategic B8 units in this area, that is a demand which the B8 units that's proposed as part of our scheme will help to meet.
That is certainly the case, but can I just say, if I can just embellish on that.
You can embellish as much as you like,
yeah,
sure.
Within reason.
Be as reasonable as you feel you like.
I think the difficulty is that from my perspective in economic development, the real challenge that we have is with B2. We just aren't able to provide the units. And so, because that demand, as I see it, is the priority that I get asked for, then that's the focus that I sort of am looking at, because it actually provides the higher value jobs, it provides the higher employment densities potentially than B8 non-strategic would.
I'll be asking about the quality of the jobs that B2 will provide to the next witness that the council calls, but you don't in your proof anywhere explain that you have more of a problem for B2 than you do for B8, something that you're saying now.
No, but that's implicit in the appendix 1.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yes, sorry.
I missed it. No, don't apologise. It sometimes side things slip my grasp. But anyway, I don't think it matters, because your embellishment noted, we agree that there is a ongoing demand and lack of supply that pertains to non-strategic B8 units.
Indeed, along with the other B classes, yes.
Absolutely, and that is an ongoing demand and a lack of supply, which would be addressed, not completely, I'm not saying completely, but would be addressed in part by the 5 B8 units which are proposed as part of the scheme.
That is potentially the case, yes.
Just to, I don't want to sort of die in a ditch over your word potentially there. I mean, it's obviously, it's correct, isn't it? We agree that on your analysis of the market, this is your analysis, we've got our own analysis that we'll come to tomorrow. On your analysis of the market, there is a need for every one of the 6 units that are proposed as part of this scheme. So there's the B2 unit that I think you're very keen on, even though it's a strategic level, so 10,500 square metres plus for the B2 unit. And then there's 5 non-strategic B8 units. That's the scheme that we're talking about.
Yes, and I think again, if looking at the Appendix 1, if I take the lead from that, there are quite a considerable number of B2 potentially that could be sort of relocated into that space.
I'm sure, that's fine, that wasn't my question, but so there's a need and demand for the B2 units.
There is, yeah.
And there's also a need and demand in respect of each of the 5 B8 units as well.
Based on the Appendix 1 that I've got, now I can only go, as a non-expert, I can only go on my table, because that's my experience.
Yeah.
That if you add up all the B2s, and the B1s and the E-class, and there's also a D2 in there for leisure use.
Mm-hmm.
The conclusion that I've come to is that there's more of a need for B2 than B8.
Don't get me wrong, I do understand that that's what you're now saying. You've made that point, that you think that there's more of a, although it wasn't in your proof, but you said it was implied that there's more of a need for B2 than for B8. So let's assume for the moment that's absolutely correct, right? So you've got that point, bank it. Moving on, you still say that there is a lack of supply in respect of and an ongoing demand for non-strategic B8 units. You've said it many times this afternoon, which means that we agree, don't we, that albeit yes, there's a need and a demand for the B2 unit that we've got coming forward, there's also a need and a demand for the 5 B8 units as well.
Well, in my Appendix 1, I've had inquiries for less than that, but
you're going to have to either give me a yes or a no. Now, the answer to this question cannot begin with the phrase "in my Appendix 1." It's got to be yes, I agree with you, or no, I disagree, and then you can obviously explain why. So I've asked it 3 or 4 times. Okay, I'm going to ask it once more. If you don't answer it, that's fine, because I can't waste all afternoon asking the same question again and again. Right? We have agreed, and you have said repeatedly, that there is a lack of supply for and an ongoing demand in respect of non-strategic B8 in this area. Right? That means that you would agree there is need for and demand for each of the 5 non-strategic B8 units that are proposed as part of this scheme.
I'm going to say yes, and then I'm going to qualify it if I may.
Of course you can.
Yeah. On the basis that those units, sorry, I lost my train of thought now. Yeah.
Oh well, okay. Well, if it comes back to you, you can obviously remind us, but at least you've answered the question. Okay, now. I've got no further questions.
Which ones would you have stopped in your head?
Quite so.
Mr. Reed, something? I have no questions, Mr. Ward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
If I can ask Mr. Bennett to come and give evidence. I should just say, sir, with apologies, I'm a little bit behind the curve, so he's just handed me the note of what he wants to say. So apologies if I'm trying to take a little bit of catch up as we go.
Is there anything
other than the documents that we went through this morning in relation to employment?
No, I don't think so. What in terms of the tables and something to go with first? No, we're going to be referring to the local plan, obviously, in some detail. And we will be looking at henna as well, which is CD 14 point. Thank you very much. And we will also be looking at the CD 11.7, which was the framework.
And the other one that Anna was on the
CD 11.7. And then there's a third document I raised with one of the friends overnight, which I should have mentioned this morning, but it's been agreed that I can put it on the basis I've explained to him. This is the estate's representations to the local plan examination on E36. Because as you'll know, there's a dispute on the wording of the policy as to what it means, and what I'm going to be submitting in due course is that the estate understood the policy in the same way as we understand it.
what was that?
It's a document.
It's not on the list.
It's not only one.
The henna was
CD 14.1, I think. CD 14.1. I think we're probably only referring to the first 2 pages of it. It's a very, very large document.
when you're going through your evidence sheet, one point I'd like you to cover.
Yep.
For clarification, which is the status and function of the green boxes in the margin of the joint approach draft.
Yeah. We're absolutely going to do that. Okay.
Same process.
Right, yeah. So if I may just then do my best to find it. Okay, you're Sean Bennett, and you produced a proof of evidence on behalf of the council. Your principal planning consultant is instructed by the council for this inquiry. You've been a chartered town planner since 2010 and have worked in town planning since 2004, all that time in local authority in Northamptonshire. So that's good. Thank you very much. And we need to say anything more on that. We're going to start, I think, by just identifying what you're going to cover. So the first issue, and the big issue, is the allocation and how you read the development plan, the expansion memorandum, and the green boxes and all that sort of stuff. Second is the SEMNET, well, I shouldn't say SEMNET, actually, I should say the HENA 2023 and its significance now in this context. The third is the isolation point, that's the reason for refusal on the isolation of the site as a standalone. The fourth is the benefits, and the fifth is the planning balance. Okay, 3, 4, and 5 will take quite a pace. Sorry, 2, 3, 4, and 5 will take quite a pace, but I think we're going to take the allocation question at a slower pace.
Sorry to interrupt you, I just thought, is it right that we're doing, is it reason, I thought that we've done reason for refusal aid stuff in respect of isolation of the round table.
And that's the connectivity.
Sorry.
Let me just, sorry, I think I made that clear in an email to you.
I'm sure you did. I'm not saying you did.
No, just let me check that I'm not misleading anyone.
As it were, done reason for refusal eight.
Yes, but I'm in reason for refusal too. This is effectively a standalone logistics park away from the town. That's the point of it. Sorry if that wasn't clear. Now, interpretation of planning of the core strategy is a matter of law, not a matter of view. Obviously, the weight attached to different elements and so on, and how to balance different elements is for it's for others. But you just want to, in your proof, you've explained how you get to your conclusion as to what this allocation is for, through the wording of P36 and of the JCS as a whole. And I want you, please, and I will prompt you as we're going, or I'll interrupt you, or if need be, but over to you.
Thank you very much. So the only document kind of in detail to hand at the moment would be the joint core strategy. And I'll take you on a bit of a journey, I suppose. So if we start at paragraph 1.2 of the joint core strategy. Yeah, sorry, it's page 4. This sets out the basis of the joint core strategy. Just thought it's important to mention that joint core strategy to respond to local needs and aspirations, although it must still be based on sound evidence and objectively assess needs.
So the JCS is looking at, has looked at meeting objectively assessed needs at that point. Yeah. Okay.
And all the policies therein look to achieve those aims. I'll take you to paragraph 2.37. It's page 21. In assessing that need, it tells us first, in paragraph 2.37, that the current economy is weighted towards lower skilled and lower paid employment. The next paragraph then tells us at 2.38, that over a number of years, warehousing and distribution, B8, has been the largest growth sector, taking advantage of the excellent transport links with sites closely related to strategic road networks, etc.
And it goes on to talk about loss in manufacturing as well, further down.
Including the largest losses which were Corby, Wellingborough, which lost about 5,000. So yeah, there's a decline. There had been it had been kind of identified as an area that needed work in the joint core strategy.
Do you want to move on?
Yes, please. I'll take you to paragraph 2.49, the latter section, page 24. Yes.
And you want to take in text the 5th and 6th bullet points there?
Yes, please, on that page 24.
So these are the challenges. These are
yeah. And that has led to several challenges as set out in this paragraph. And actually, it's paragraph 2.49. It's kind of yeah. I'll draw attention to two key points, which I want to take to, which it's 5th and 6th.
So the imbalance between house building and job creation resulting in increased out commuting, particularly from the southern area.
That's correct. And the following one, which is the difficulty in diversifying the economy into high value sectors.
Okay, so those were the challenges. And what then did the plan, what was the vision? Well, we ought to see the vision at page 25. What was the vision?
Yeah, the vision on the opposing page. North Northamptonshire, second paragraph, sorry. North Northamptonshire will be outward looking, taking advantage of its excellent strategic transport connectivity to be a nationally important growth area and focus for inward investment.
That's the high aspiration.
That's the
And what does that mean then in terms of the two challenges you've just identified at paragraph 249, if you read on?
It would require the investment in infrastructure. It is worded from the vision. Investment in infrastructure, services and facilities, and growth in high quality jobs.
So when we see in your proof reference to high quality jobs, it's from there, is it? And we need to then, I think, move on to the employment chapter, which takes all this forward and explains how it's going to deliver all of that.
So chapter 4, page 112.
Yep.
So in that context of chapter 4, it tells us how the plan will deliver economic prosperity. And we look at the first paragraph on that page, which is 8.1. And it says the plan aims to make North Northamptonshire more self-reliant by achieving a sustainable balance between local jobs and workers and a more prosperous and diverse economy.
And we can see the balancing the jobs and the homes is the first point there. The second bullet.
Yes, well, the second bullet I'd like to just highlight a bit further. Second bullet, ensuring that the right amount and type of employment land is available in locations that balance the demands of the market with the capacity of infrastructure and the need to protect and, where possible, enhance the environment.
And
that same, slightly further down, so you've got 2A and 2B, so it's just two kind of 2B items. I just want to highlight as particularly important. The 2B, providing for, so this includes providing for additional sites and sustainable locations, particularly to meet the needs of small and medium-sized businesses and identify growth sectors.
And when we've seen your proof reference to the right amount and type of employment land, that's a reference to paragraph 8.1.2.
It is, yes.
Yep, and then we can see that, well, carry on, sorry, I shouldn't interrupt.
So I'll take you over the page to page 114 and the top paragraph 8.7. It's so it's paragraph 8.7, page 114. So it's accepted that the plan identifies an oversupply of committed employment land for B1. However, this paragraph 8.7 tells us that nevertheless, to provide choice and flexibility to support the delivery of employment, the plan has identified a number of additional high quality strategic employment sites. So the point being that the plan recognises, therefore, that even though there's an oversupply of B1, there's a conscious decision made in the plan to provide further B1 in order to encourage choice, flexibility in the market, i.e. it shouldn't just be one type of employment use. It should be scoped within the plan for all types of employment uses.
Okay, then we see in policy 22A, we can see that reflected in 22A, policy 22A on page 115. But I think you wanted to go on to paragraph 812, that's right, it's page 116.
So specifically in relation to B8, the plan recognises the need for more B8. However, at paragraph 8.12, the plan tells us that this has been allocated for, with the paragraph saying, land supply analysis demonstrates that North Northamptonshire has a significant oversupply of B1 land compared to market demand. And a requirement for additional B8 land has been identified within Kettering Borough.
So that's the B8 demand which we're talking about here. So it recognises a demand for B8 land.
Indeed, yeah. The plan's been responsive to B8 demands, and yeah, it has provided some good allocated sites to meet these needs, and they're delivering, which is good. The plan identifies strategic sites at A14 junctions 9 and 10, which is the Cemetery Park and Segway Park developments, to meet this shortfall. It recognises the important role of logistics to the economy.
So the plans met the identified shortfall through the strategic allocations elsewhere.
Indeed. The plan has met those, it's delivering those, it's serving its function, it's behaving. The plan also identifies additional strategic employment sites to ensure that there are a range of high quality employment sites that are attractive to the market to provide choice and flexibility.
That choice and flexibility.
Choice and flexibility. This is reiterated over the page at paragraph 8.18.
This is under the heading logistics or logistics. Yeah.
So yeah, this is reiterated in this paragraph in relation to B8, which recognises the demand for B8. However, the paragraph also notes that a number of logistics sites are committed in North Northamptonshire and identified strategic sites on the King's Island.
So is the appeal site a strategic employment land identified as a logistics site in the key diagram?
The appeal site is not one of these logistics sites.
Okay, and whilst we're here, well, this is the box that the inspectors asked for you to comment on. Obviously, we're only in explanatory text, and obviously we're only in the green box alongside it. How do you, well, first of all, when the word small appears in policy 36, we'll come to in due course, are you relying only on the box to interpret it? Or?
No, I'm not. I'm relying on the true meaning of the word small and how one would perceive something to be small, insignificant, minimal.
But so the inspector specific question is, what's the status of the box? How would you read them? What are they supposed to be?
Yeah, the box defines, for me anyway, how I would interpret it. It defines what would be small, i.e. 929 square metres and less.
Okay. We're now going then on to, I think, the next reference you want to go to is,
Can I just be clear that what's been said is that the green boxes are supporting things?
Yes, yes. So.
okay, policy 36, then we're going to get into the small scale here. And you, obviously the phrase that we're focusing on is small scale B8 development. Can you please contrast that with B1, B2 and tell us what position is for the scale of B1, B2 and the scale of B8?
Yeah, so if you look at the policy itself, if anyone needs to page 167, so the policy requires a minimum of 40 hectares B1, B2, and small scale B8 developments together with B2, D2, sorry.
So what's that getting at?
Therefore, whilst B1 and B2 is unrestricted,
Unrestricted.
yes, unrestricted, B8 is specified, prescriptive, to be only small in scale.
Only small scale. Okay.
So small scale is prescriptive. The term small scale relates to the size of each B8 unit itself.
So hang on, so that's the dispute about the size of individual units.
That's it. That's kind of where the box tells us that anything under 929 square meters should be small. Should be considered small.
But is that all that the small scale is referring to?
No. And in terms of yoke, it also refers to yoke coverage of the site, so the proposed site, this phase 1 site, and the scale of development across the whole of the allocation. So it's small in terms of each individual unit, and should be small across each phase it comes forward, as it has done in each phase, and small across the whole allocation.
So across the totality of the site, there should be small site scale B8 development.
Yes.
Okay.
This site, therefore, is not. It's focused on a B1, B2 development, and together with the small scale B8 in the manner I just mentioned. This site is not allocated for strategic or the proposed medium-sized units.
Okay, you've looked at paragraph 820. So what else do you want to say on small scale development?
Yeah, I mean, as for the municipal, I've taken you to the box and discussed the box, but that's not the only thing I've been relying on. It's also simple meaning of the word. Small is towards the bottom end of the spectrum of size. The policy uses the word small, not mid-box, medium, or large, or any other meanings of that nature. It says small, which is not everything below strategic.
So that's the fundamental distinction between you and Mr. Walton. Mr. Walton says it's everything below strategic.
That's it. It's not everything below 9,300 square meters. So yeah, good conclusion that everything over 929 up to 9,300 is medium. But everything under 929 square meters is small. That's kind of my view.
Okay, so can I just stop here? So it appears there's two fundamental distinctions between you and Mr. Walton. One is you say look at the scale of development over the whole site, not just the individual units, and you don't accept that small is everything below strategic.
That's right.
Two separate points.
Two separate points. So let's take it back to kind of what we proposed. The units proposed range between 2,175 to 7,000 square meters. They're significantly over what we consider to be the small scale.
So that's small scale units.
That's small scale units. Yeah, I'll come on to kind of the meaning of small scale now. Small scale also means kind of quantum B8, and the proposal results in 68% of the site being B8. I can't see how you consider that to be small.
When you say the site, we're talking about phase 1.
We're talking about phase 1. Yeah, the sites. Yes, that's correct.
So you can't see. You said you can't see how that can be small.
No, that's it. I would add. I'd see small applying to each phase if you can broaden phase, which it has, will apply to each phase rather than it being spread across the whole allocation. However, on that, still 28% of the whole allocation would be B8s.
That's Mr Bolton's figures.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Again,
This is a 40 hectare allocation.
40 hectare allocation.
Is that small scale?
That's not small scale. So B8 is by far the dominant use, and therefore not small scale. Only policy 36 is the only reference within the plan to make reference to small scale V8. I think this is deliberate exercise for the plan to a deliberate approach for the plan to have taken, as it's important to deliver choice and flexibility across Northamptonshire.
So this site is carved out as the only one where the V8s.
That's it.
Small scale. I mean,
The big logistics around SWHW, they've got their place. This place is for B1, B2 focus, small B8.
Okay, so that's the small, but then you've developed a point further to say what policy 36 in truth requires. So let's see what you have to say on that. You already made the point that there's an unrestricted B1, B2 and small scale B8, so don't need to make that point again. But what does that mean for the site as a whole?
Yeah. So the reason for this is to create an employment opportunities to provide more diverse, dynamic.
Sorry, before we get to that, we know that there's unrestricted B1, B2, small scale B8. What does that tell you about the overall mix? What is the focus of the overall mix required to be?
Well, the focus of the overall mix, as I've said, is for the B1, B2 and small scale B8. That is the focus of the allocation. That's the focus of the policy.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt you.
That's right. Yeah, the reasoning behind this is to create, as I'm saying, is to create an opportunity to provide a more diverse, dynamic economy. And if we go to the pretext to policy 36, and it's 10.58 paragraph. Yep. Page 163.
So this is in the context of knowing that it's a B1, B2 focus.
Yeah, that's it. And we know, we know that this means high quality. So the objective is includes employment and training opportunities to help build a more diverse, dynamic, self-reliant economy. And to deliver high quality landscape treatments to developments to stimulate development into the countryside, create a healthy quality environment. This site is located, I won't get to landscapes obviously, but this site is on the edge of the town. It's well connected. It's not remote from the town as some of the other allocations are for logistics parks. It's ideally placed for these types of small scale B8s and B1, B2. And it also can be well integrated into the town. So just to recap on kind of what I was saying there. The policy also tells us that this needs to be delivered with high quality landscaping, so it integrates successfully into the wider countryside, and we can see this at the paragraphs at 10.58. This is reiterated in a latter paragraph at 10.70.
Let me get to find that for a moment. Page 166, I think.
66. And it reiterates the need for the built form of this development to create an excellent place and to capitalise on the use of the landscape from within the buildings and provide opportunity to create, the excellent place. So taking that into account, I would say,
Can you go very slowly here as to what you say that all adds up to?
so this adds up to, and taken into account, I would say it's clear that the policy requires the campus style, high quality B1, B2 focused business park.
That's really quite slowly. Okay.
Point 2, to attract inward investment and create high quality jobs to diversify the economy. To also provide flexibility within the marketplace. With high quality landscaping to create an excellent place.
For the B1, B2 focus users.
For the B1, B2 focused uses, small B8. Policy is not, in my view, seeking a logistics park, which would include large, tightly packed warehousing, as these are provided elsewhere.
Thank you very much. Could you then please take up CD 11.7, which is the framework document that was the starting point for this allocation. It was the estate putting forward its position as to why this site should be allocated in the first place. And I think if I could look at the title of this yesterday, but she didn't look at the page, the relevant bit of page 5 for our purposes. Can we just look at page 1? I mean, Mr. Bolton criticises you for calling it a business park. What does page 1 call it from the appellant? This one. Page 1, right at the front page, no, on the front cover. So,
A framework so this is a framework document, weekly word business park, draft entry version.
So the appellant called it a business park. Page 5. Mr. Bolton criticises you for calling it campus. Can we go to page 5?
But this is the vision for the application, or for the allocation, rather.
The proposed allocation. This is the appellant's vision for the proposed allocation. Yeah.
So the vision on that page, the weekly wood development area would be a suitable and sustainable location for a strategic business park. The campus style development.
Hang on, strategic business park. Again, a word you're criticising used by Mr. Bolton.
Yes.
Okay, carry on.
The campus style developments could provide for a range of employments and leisure uses contained within and enhanced by the woodland setting.
We'll keep on going.
These surrounding woodlands offer the ability for office workers to walk or run at lunchtime to keep and maintain a healthy lifestyle. The potential scale of office uses and the campus style developments would attract a health and fitness operator, which is included in the application.
That's the P3.
And would benefit the residents of the wider area.
So what's that telling you about the vision? Is it telling you about a logistics park?
No, that doesn't conjure up any of those images. Logistic parks that I've been to consist of large buildings, a little bit of strips of green towards either side of the estate roads. It does not conjure up the image of a campus style, well landscaped, spacious, attractive developments. I was just going to go on. In addition, provision of CHP to the park and retrofit of parts of the Kettering Business Park can be provided from neighbouring estates without being noticed from the business park.
Just apologies, there's in one of the documents. Apologies, in one of the documents there's a reference to small scale put forward by the appellant at that time as 50,000 square feet. I can't find it now, but on page 9, sorry. Page 9 of the document. So we're going to be submitting in due course that we're not allowed to look at any of these documents as a matter of law, but the appellant wants us to look at all the employment background papers, so we need to get a full picture. The appellant at page 9 describing small scale as up to 50,000 square feet. Was the appellant at the time ever suggesting that small scale meant everything less than strategic?
Small scale up to
50,000.
50,000.
Now saying everything under 100,000.
Anything under 100,000. Yeah, so yeah, that's shifted. Yeah.
So the appellant has never previously said that small scale equals less than strategic. Okay. Can we move on to the document I handed in just now? Because yesterday it suggested that the framework document led nowhere. And so we found the document that followed on from that one, which is the Marin's document, which is the appellant's response to the proposed allocation with the word small scale in it. You know? And indeed its response to the policy as a whole, as ultimately adopted. You'll see at paragraph 1 it says that the policy is sound, including words 3 lines from bottom, small scale. And then if you go to paragraph 6, paragraph second line, paragraph 1, policy code 6 is sound. Yeah. And then 3 lines from the bottom and small scale V8. And then if we go to paragraph 6 over the page, if you could read from 3 lines down, the site can, and then I want you to say, tell the inspector how that conforms with the points you just made as to what this allocation is required to deliver.
Paragraph 6.
From 3 lines down, the site can.
The site can incorporate a range of employment uses and will include the establishment of well-located strategic employment sites at regional headquarters to benefit Northants as a whole to attract higher value commercial activities, supporting the provision of more knowledge-based enterprises.
Is that B8?
That's not with B8. Mixed with the employment uses. The development will also provide a range of leisure uses, helping the area to become a destination for people within the region, all set within a campus-style development in a woodland landscape setting. In my view, the proposal is almost the opposite to that. It is certainly not the destination. It's not campus-style. And it doesn't deliver on the aspirations to secure choice and flexibility in the market for the range of employment uses. No B1, and medium scale B8 as opposed to smaller ones. Small ones.
Paragraph 9.
Yes, this reiterates that almost. The site will also form a landscaped campus-style development that will incorporate proposed new planting, up to 50 hectares, landscaping, 14 hectares, and existing woodland, which is 17 hectares. The nature of the woodland ensures that there are very limited views in and out of the site, helping to integrate the development into the wider landscape and preventing the perceived encroachment of the development into the surrounding countryside.
And that's the development of the campus style landscape business park.
That's it. That's what the aspirations of the requirements of the policy would deliver.
And then paragraph 12 talks about 2.5 kilometres circular walkway. Is that delivered here?
It is not. No. So, yeah, as part of the development, it proposed to extend 2.5 metres of kilometres of circular walking, circular walk, it's not my belief that it does do that.
It does.
It does not.
Does not do that. Paragraph 13. Development will also improve and create a range of other footpath and cycleways. Does it do that? Does this application do that?
It does not. Certainly, I mean, there are linkages to the A43, but southwards, absolutely not.
Paragraph 15, the estate is willing and able to consider various improvements to public transport linked through the site. This could include an extension of existing services. That we're not pursuing that reason for refusal, so I won't carry on there. Paragraph 16, I'm sure the appellant will pick on this. 3 lines down, at this stage, it's not possible to predict exactly how many new jobs the development will provide, as it's not known the split between B1, B2, and B8 uses will be applied. We have your comments on the split, what the policy requires in terms of the split, so I need to spend more time on that. Okay, thank you. That's the end then, I think, of issue 1, and we're going to go on to issue, but unless you have anything else to say on issue 1. Issue 2, 3, 4, and 5. We first of all start with the HENA, the Housing and Economic Needs Assessment 2023, which is relied on by Mr. Wilson to show a present unmet need for B8, including what we call medium scale B8. What do you say about the status of the HENA 2023 CD 14.1?
Yeah, so it's paragraph 1.1.
Paragraph 1.1 of it.
Yeah, paragraph 1.1.
Sorry.
Second sentence says this HENA aims to provide an evidence base on housing need and mix, as well as employment and which will inform local policy.
So that's for the local plan policy, and what does it tell us about what local plan policy is going to inform in the second paragraph?
I'll tell you to. I think well, it's to deliver various components of. It will bring forward various. It will bring forward a future strategy for the scale and distribution of housing and employment growth within the area.
And that's in Northamptonshire strategic plan that's referred in the previous paragraph.
That's it. Yes.
And have any decisions been made as to how to carry forward this HENA into that plan?
I'll just add with it also mentions kind of with reasonable alternatives tested through the plan making process. So this assessment does not the assessment does not set targets, but provides a robust evidence base to inform those in the local plan.
So it's the evidence base for future work on the local plan.
That's it, future.
And what will the plan period be for that local plan?
Yeah, so the plan period is stated at 1.5, and it is said to be 2021 to 2041. And if you compare that to the joint force strategy, that has a plan period up to 2031.
2031. Have any policy decisions been taken on how to give effect to, or how to take into account the HENA in the next plan period?
Yeah, so no policy decisions have been made on how this would affect the next plan period.
Does it tell you anything about what sites or where and how much employment will be allocated in the new plan period?
It accepts, it shows a further need for future development B8 above that already provided in the local plan. But the joint core strategy is still delivering. It's meeting the needs, and any future needs will be met met in the next stage of the local plan, or the next adopted local plan.
Okay, issue 3 then is isolation, which is reason for refusal 2, which you've set out in your proof in quite a short section of 3.40 to 3.53. I wasn't going to suggest we read over that.
No, I don't think we need to.
And then benefits you address shortly in paragraph 4.3. I don't think there's any dispute as to the range of benefits you list there, or indeed of the economic benefits that are listed. Planning balance then, please. Final point. 5th point, planning balance, paragraph 4.4.
And the benefits of the scheme will come forward, but it's critical that they come forward in a sustainable way. Sorry, start again. The benefits of this proposal will come forward in a manner that is plan-led, rather than through the development such as this, which is not. But it's critical, so it's critical that they come forward in a sustainable way, the benefits that have regard to the policy, rather than in a non-political disaggregated manner proposed. In my view, the harm significantly outweighs the benefits in this case.
And for your advice and perspective, Mr. Hill.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. But just for the moment, when would you like me to aim for a sort of afternoon break or whatever? So it's 20 to 3 now. Any particular? Just so we do.
Along with your first set of questions.
I will move further than I've not broken them into 2 halves. If you like, we will have enough to fill the afternoon. Should we go till I'll see how everyone's feeling at 3:30 or whatever.
Look for a convenient spot to
Certainly will. Broadly speaking, the things I want to ask you about are there are 4 big sort of headlines, I suppose. There's the core strategy in the wider context. That's the first thing. The second thing is policy 36 itself. So there's an awful lot about that particular policy wording. The third topic is about need. And then some questions formally about the overall planning balance. So that's the idea. So starting then with the first of those topics, which is the overall context set by the core strategy, and looking around and maybe repeating some of the paragraphs that you've been through in your evidence in chief. If we have another look at the core strategy itself, which is core document 5.1. And we turn them into page 20. Page 20, the heading, the economy.
Yes.
We're told at 2.30 that historically this is an area that's underperformed. There were ambitious job targets, requirements it's set by the 2008 plan. Just check if you got this inspector where I'm reading. Good. And the historic picture has been underperformance, you see.
Yes.
Which has increased in imbalance between housing and job provision, as it's explained. That's led to, at 2.31, a decrease in self-reliance. This is an area that's become less self-reliant in terms of employment since 2001. See?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the role that this particular part of Northamptonshire is supposed to play in trying to improve the picture, at 2.34, we're told that Kettering is the main employment centre in Northamptonshire.
That's what it says, yes.
Yes, and that's your understanding of the picture too.
Yes, broadly, yes.
Good. So we're dealing with a site that's part of the main employment centre in the area, and the plan's vision is set out at page 25.
26. It's a long vision, promoting freedom we have. But one of the things that this plan wants to do in terms of its overall vision is set out on page 26, and it relates particularly to Kettering. Kettering, we're told, to be the largest retail centre and vibrant town centre, characterful, distinctive, and fun, focus for surrounding market towns and villages, etc., etc. Its business community will capitalise on its excellent connectivity, including its position on the Trans-European route, the E24 route, the A14 on the electrified Midland mainline rail route. So part of the vision that in this plan is to really capitalise on what Kettering's got to offer across the board, but including in terms of business uses as well.
That's right, yeah.
And when we get to consider the spatial strategy of the plan, we see that Kettering is right at the top. If you turn to page 72 of the plan, page 72 sets out the network of urban and rural areas within the joint core strategy. You see,
Yes.
and 5.5 introduces the role of different settlements. You see, and it sets out a focus on a number of things. And the first thing, first bullet it wants us to focus on is what's described as the coordinated regeneration and growth in jobs and a number of other things as well as jobs at what are called the growth towns, capital G, capital T. These are the growth towns, you see, and there are 4 of them, and Kettering's one. At 5.6, we're told that the plan recognises the different opportunities and aspirations that exist in the north and the south of the planned area. And we're told in the first bullet there that the north will deliver the bulk of both the new homes and also the new jobs, with what's called a strong focus on 2 of these growth towns, Corby and Kettering. Yeah, that's what it says, yes. If we turn on to see how this is given effect in terms of a settlement hierarchy, we see at page 76 of the plan, there's a table of what's called spatial roles. This is the plan's settlement hierarchy in tabular form. And we see at the top of the tree on page 76, there are these growth towns, of which Kettering is one. And the role of the growth towns includes providing a focus, we're told, for major regeneration and growth in employment and indeed other things too. For this reason, I'm asking about employment in particular.
Coordinated regeneration.
Yes, coordinated regeneration and growth in employment. Yeah. And what are the implications of that role of Kettering being a focus for this major growth? We're told that the implications are that the greatest share of new housing and the focus of employment and other things will happen at the growth towns. Yes. All right. So to sort of cut a long story short, if there is to be major change, major delivery of employment uses anywhere in this area, this plan area, Kettering is, I mean, it's really directed towards Kettering, not only Kettering, but certainly Kettering's right at the top of the tree.
Together with Corby.
Yes. Okay. This is given effect in a policy on page 78 of the plan. Policy 78, which occupies page 78, policy 11, the network of urban and rural areas, and there we have it. It obviously reflects the things that we've already been over, but the growth towns, which we know include us, are to be the focus for a number of different things to support, among other things, major employment. Yeah?
My chair's just-
Oh dear. I'll just pause there. Not at all. So the plan's very clear about where employment growth is to be targeted, and that it includes it in the settlement that we're concerned with. All right, that's Kettering's role in all of this as a settlement in the hierarchy. What about the plan's wider economic strategy? In order to understand what that is, we've got to have a look at page 112, which again is one of the pages you took us to in your. Now, page 112, section 4 of the plan is called Delivering Economic Prosperity. If you've got that. And 8.1 tells us that this plan's aim is to make Northamptonshire more self-reliant, and we can also see, we can understand now, why it's trying to do that, given the historic record, by achieving a sustainable balance. By achieving a sustainable balance between jobs and workers in a more prosperous and diverse economy. So that's the point of all of this, basically. We want more jobs, we want a more prosperous economy. Right?
We want more jobs and, different jobs. Diverse.
Yeah. A more diverse economy. And how does it do it? It does so by, one, planning for enough jobs to match forecast growth, plus an additional number in the southern area. That results in a target. It's described as a challenging target, targeted 31,100 net additional jobs. And that's a target that runs up to 2031. So, now, have you provided any evidence on the extent to which that target's been met?
No.
Do you know whether that target has been met?
I'm not aware of that.
Right. So you're not here telling me what you don't know. Well, fair enough. Did you think about checking? I think that might be relevant. You were saying earlier on to Mr. Fallsdick that you think this plan's behaving perfectly well, needs being met, etc. Do you have any idea how many of those net additional jobs have actually been supplied by the plan over the plan period?
Other than having an awareness of the allocations as they're coming forward, which is what this plan is doing to achieve the number of jobs. I'm not aware of the number of jobs.
Okay. Well, as I say, Mr. Bolton couldn't help at all. Righto. Right. So anyway, the plan sets a target, a challenging target, to get to 31,100 jobs. Is it doing it? You don't know. Next page, page 113. We're told that there's a heading employment plan towards the bottom of that page, page 113. And we're told at 8.6 that a major part of the strategy for generating new and better jobs and creating a stronger, more sustainable economy will be the provision of the right amount and type of employment land in locations that balance the management market, that need to protect, conserve, and where possible, enhance environmental assets. Employment land, when it is defined in the plan, as including what? B1, B2, and B8. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's what a major part of the strategy is involved with. We need more employment land essentially in a range of locations, including B1, B2, and B8. And just to say, it does say, doesn't it? B8 is known in this plan as logistics. It says.
Yeah, that's what it says. Yes.
Yeah. So that's what when it uses the term logistics, we know what it's talking about. Okay. Over page 114. We're told, and this is again something that you went to in your ECG, that Northamptonshire has an oversupply of B1. Nevertheless, to provide choice and flexibility, it's considered a number of additional high quality strategic employment sites to provide choice and flexibility. That's the position in respect of B1. There's an oversupply of committed land. But in respect of logistics, the position's a bit different. At 8.9 on this page is a heading sectoral strengths and opportunities. Extensive work's been undertaken, we're told, to identify the strengths that there are. Capitalising on these opportunities will be important to ensure that Northamptonshire provides new and high quality jobs in sectors that are attractive to the market. You see, so this is a part of the plan where the plan's explaining what opportunities we need to capitalise on if we're going to provide what it refers to as new and high quality jobs that are attractive to the market. Yeah?
Yes, in the context of it providing diversity within that market.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we don't just need one sort of job, we're going to need quite a few different sorts of jobs.
Indeed.
But whatever they are, they've got to be high quality jobs. And that's what this paragraph is talking about.
Yes.
And so what are the strengths and opportunities that exist in order to deliver high quality jobs in sectors that are attractive to the market? Well, we're told in this paragraph, the evidence base has identified particular strengths and opportunities in, what's the first one?
Logistics.
Yeah, that's right. Logistics, storage and distribution associated with B8 activities. Low down. These can include national and regional distribution centres for B8, for blue chip companies. B8 Logistics can provide a significant amount of office floor space. They can deliver higher value employment by providing higher paid jobs like managerial positions. You see?
I do.
So in the view of those people who actually drafted this plan, and that isn't you obviously, B8 activity, B8 use is a particular strength in this area that's going to help us deliver new and high quality jobs. Right?
Correct, yes. And that's why there are allocations in the local strategy to do that.
Lots of them, absolutely, including us.
Including small scale B8.
That's right.
This site to exist, yes.
That's right. So the good news is that if the inspector got the wrong idea from some of your evidence that B8 uses are not associated with high quality employment, high quality jobs, he can rest assured, can't he, that the view of those people who wrote this plan and allocated our site in order to capitalise on these strengths and opportunities is that B8 can indeed deliver the higher value employment and the high quality jobs that the plan seeks to produce.
That's true. It does caveat that where it says can provide a significant amount of office floor space.
Yes.
Yes.
Is that a caveat? I don't know.
I think it probably is to the high quality.
Is it? All right. Fine. So with that caveat, I'm not sure it's a caveat, but if it is, okay. So reading the sentence.
There's more denser jobs,
Yes.
jobs.
We agree though that B8 uses are particularly identified as a strength and opportunity in this plan in order to deliver the high quality jobs and the high value employment that the plan seeks to achieve.
Yes, that's what it says.
Great. Okay. Now, when it comes to the objectives of the plan, with that in our minds, let me just get on that page. The objectives of the plan, I'm just going slightly back, the outcomes that it seeks to deliver, begin on page 27. So, number of different outcomes, obviously all sorts of different things, lots of them don't particularly relate to what we're talking about. But if you turn into the outcomes through into page 29, there's outcome number 5. And outcome number 5, this summarises some of the things that we've been over now, you and me in more detail now, but anyway. The outcome number 5 is a sustainable balance between local jobs and workers in a more diverse economy. This is one of the key things plan is seeking to achieve. It's after workplaces, jobs, skills, and sites to help build a more dynamic and self-reliant economy, one that's not overly dependent on in or out commuting. Higher skilled jobs will be facilitated further. Education provision and enterprise innovation will be enabled through next generation digital connectivity. Provision will be capitalised to, provision will be made to capitalise on existing sectoral strengths and creating a stronger, greener economy. You see?
I see.
And in terms of the policies that are going to be help to achieve that outcome, there's all sorts of policies, but one of them is the distribution of new jobs. That's policy 23.
Yes.
And the other one, another one is policy 24, which is logistics. That's right. Because we know, because we've just looked at it and agreed, that logistics uses, logistics land, logistics sites are one of the key ways that this plan is actually seeking to facilitate the delivery of higher value employment and higher paid better jobs. Don't we?
Yes, that's what it says.
Yeah. So if we look at those policies, policy 22 is on page 115 of the plan. Policy 22 on page 115 of the plan is titled Delivering Economic Prosperity.
Yes, it does.
And what it's after is a stronger and more sustainable economy that will deliver a net increase of 31,100 jobs. That's sort of at the core of it, if you like. And it will be sought through a number of different things. The first thing, A, is to ensure that a sufficient high quality sites are identified to support the delivery of the jobs targets. Yes, of which our site is one.
It's part of the overall delivery of jobs, yes.
Exactly. So the way our site fits, if you like, into the logic of this plan, is that it's one of several sites which are earmarked in order to deliver this total target at policy 22 of a net increase of 31,100 jobs. A challenging target, the plan says, but that is the target that's been set. And you don't know the extent to which it's been met yet, as we can know. Okay. So that's where our site sort of slots in. Over page, we move into how those jobs are going to be distributed, how they're going to be distributed. And the plan notes at 8.12 that there is, and again you were taking here in your evidence in chief, maybe let's have a look, 7 lines down, 7 lines down. It says land supply analysis at this 8.12 demonstrates that Northamptonshire has a significant oversupply of B1 land compared to market demand. You see? I do. And it also has a requirement for additional B8. I read that. Yes, within Kettering, it says. Yeah.
Yes.
The plan identifies strategic sites A14 junctions 9 and 10 to meet this shortfall. I think your point in chief was that, well, that's not us, but those are two different sites. That's right. Yes. And the plan recognises the important role of logistics to the economy, you say. Yeah,
that's what the policy said, yes.
And then you say the plan also identifies additional strategic employment sites, so obviously including us, right?
It's an employment site.
Yeah, the strategic employment sites, obviously. To ensure that there are a range of high quality employment sites that are attractive to the market to provide sufficient choice and flexibility. And I think, if I've understood it right, what your case is that the site that the inspector's concerned with, policy 36 site, it falls into that last sentence, not the sentence before. It was allocated, this came out in the council's opening statement, it was really allocated not so much, I think your case is, to meet the requirement for additional B8 land, you say. It was required more to provide quite sufficient choice and flexibility. I think
that's it.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's it. The strategic, the bid scale B8 are directed to other allocations.
So what your case to the inspector is, your evidence is that the objectives of achieving choice and flexibility are fundamental to what our allocation was designed to achieve.
Yes, this is the only allocation that provides that choice and flexibility.
Good, all right, well, that's obviously an important context when it comes to consider how the policy is worded, but choice and flexibility are at the heart of it, you say. And indeed at 8.13, the text supports that idea. 8.13, we're told that progress in delivering jobs will be monitored against indicative sectoral splits. However, given the challenges that Northamptonshire has faced in delivering economic growth, and we've read about those already, haven't we, in terms of challenges against the jobs targets in the previous plan.
Yes, in previous plan, yes.
So it didn't go well last time, and given those challenges, this plan does not seek to be overly prescriptive by subdividing employment targets into different use classes. Right?
That's what it says, yes.
So thinking through the ramifications of that, we've got to be careful, haven't we, at trying to over-engineer the use splits that come forward on strategic employment sites that are intended to provide choice and flexibility, because this plan's very, very clear, and it can be clear that its intention is not to be overly prescriptive. It wants choice, it wants flexibility.
That's what it says.
And it wants to be attractive to the market.
Yes, overly prescriptive in my view would mean some prescription, and that's where there is some in policy 36 where it discusses small comes with it.
All righty, thank you. Now, policy 23 is the policy that gives effect to that text. If you have a look, it's on page 117. This is one of the policies, as we've seen already, that it is going to achieve the objective of, among other things, high quality jobs, the 31,100 job target. And we see that there's a net job growth target for Kettering of 8,100 over the planned period. You see, I see that. And presumably I have no idea how close we are to meeting that target. No, all righty. And how are we to get there? We're to get there through B. Bit B is employment development of a scale and mix identified within commitments and approved master plans to be supported at the strategic sites, etc., etc. These will act as the focus of the provision of high quality employment in Northamptonshire. So how do we get those numbers? We get them on allocated sites.
Predominantly, I would say.
Yeah, predominantly, maybe not exclusively. There might be women full sites as well. But the focus of this plan is that you're going to allocate sites, and those sites are going to contribute towards meeting the job targets for each area, and then those job targets for each area add up to 31,100. That's the idea. Okay. So we need to make sure that we're delivering on allocated sites, don't we?
Yes, it's an important part of that.
To unpack what's going on there with that 3,100, where it comes from, we need to understand what the council was telling the examining inspector as to how it would be delivered. In core document 14.5, document 14.1, so it's a background paper on employment targets. So, yeah, that would be great. Yes, exactly. It's one with text. It's lost in your back office somewhere. It's titled, if it helps, Background Paper on Employment Targets. See, that's the one. Perfect. Just a few bit, it won't take long a bit. Now, what this is the Northamptonshire Joint Planning Committee's background paper on employment targets. We're told that paragraph 1 that this is a paper which sets out an approach to delivering minimum job targets by district in Northamptonshire and the evidence base for this. It translates these requirements into a potential sectoral split. You see, I did, and it goes over lots of numbers, and we're not going to go through them all together. But it is described, if you turn into,
If you turn into paragraph 42, the conclusions. Having been through all of the different numbers for B1, B2, B8, for Kettering and Corby and all the other parts of Northamptonshire, it says that the strategy of the draft plan seeks to provide a flexible, enabling framework to deliver minimum job targets set out in the report. You see?
I do.
And I mean, it says that there, but actually perhaps we need to turn it up, because it's very clear from anyone who's reading the part of the plan that we have that it's all about providing a flexible, enabling framework to deliver job targets. It's clear on the basis of the document, of course, itself.
Yes.
Yeah, so we agree, I think, that that's what was being said here, but in fact, that's just what the plan says too. It's a flexible, enabling framework that's intended to deliver job targets. Okay,
With sites defining specific types of allocations for those uses.
absolutely. And for Kettering, if you just turn up a couple of pages to paragraph 34. We see that there were a number of different scenarios being tested for Kettering. You'll remember, because we just looked at it, that in the end, the policy target was only 8,100 for Kettering. That's what's in policy 23. But at this stage, they were testing a higher number for Kettering, which is to say 8,858. Yes, you see. So there's more different scenarios being put forward as to how Kettering would achieve its 8,858 jobs at this stage, and the lower number that went into the plan. Yeah.
Yes.
And regardless of which scenario it is that we're looking at, regardless of which one, so far as the B class jobs go, there's more, way more B8 than B1 or 2 in scenario A. You see?
I do, yes.
And ditto scenario B. You see?
I do, and in my mind, that's where the allocated size would be come into play.
Yeah, absolutely. No, hang on, just put on scenario C as well. Because in scenario C, although there's more B1, there's a big negative figure for B2, so it leads to a total figure of B8, of B jobs of 4,000, of which more than half is B8. The point is that it was always envisaged that there was going to be a substantial proportion of the B jobs, as described here, were going to be in B8 sectors. That was always the idea for Kettering.
And that's what the JCS as a whole
achieves.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Okay. Back to the core strategy. You can put that away. And if we pick it up in page 118. Moving on to consider the role that logistics, or what they call logistics / B8 plays in all of this in terms of the plan's strategy. Now that analysis begins at page, we've got that page 118, logistics. Okay, so the role of logistics in the Northamptonshire economy. 8.18 tells us that Northamptonshire's central location and excellent strategic road connections have made it a centre of logistics bracket B8 with a substantial increase in stock over the last 10 years. You see, that's right. Yeah. The sector is, we are told, strong. It's a strong sector, a few lines down. And we're told that failure to meet this demand in North Northamptonshire through the provision of suitable sites will lead to activity being displaced away from the area and opportunities to capture investment, unlock other uses, and the potential for high quality investment will be lost.
Yes. And that's what I think the plan is achieving those goals with the heads.
Yes.
You see these big sheds coming out the ground.
It's not, sorry to stop you, it's not at the moment talking about strategic or non-strategic, it's talking about B8, isn't it? He must be allowed to finish, certainly. Yeah, do go on.
I finished.
Good. All right. So the plan's not making a distinction, is it, between strategic and non-strategic B8?
No.
I mean, it does do later, obviously. but it's not here, it's talking about B8, and it's saying that we need to be careful not to displace, not to fail to meet demand for B8, because that will have all sorts of other negative economic consequences that are described here at 8.18. Yeah? Yes. Okay, so that's the role of B8 introduced. Then it says 8.19, this plan recognises the opportunities provided by the logistics sector. Notably, it's important to the economy, the creation of significant office space, job designs, the early delivery of B8 units on strategic sites can pump prime developments and contribute to early delivery of infrastructure to act as a catalyst for delivering smaller employment units and small and medium-sized enterprises. Yeah. So it's telling us, just, I mean, it's stated obvious, but there's all sorts of benefits that come with making sure that you're meeting your requirements for B8 units. There's the meeting the needs, but there's also knock-on ancillary benefits as well.
Yeah, there could be benefits to other employers.
Okay. Now, in considering proposals for strategic distribution in locations where there's also a market demand for smaller units, the local planning authority will seek to negotiate a mix of unit sizes and employment uses with a proportion of new floor space in units of less than 9,300 square metres. Right?
Read that, yes.
So in this sentence, we'll have a look at the green box in the next paragraph. But in this sentence, it's talking about a situation where there's also, yes, you're looking at strategic distribution, but also there's a market for what it calls smaller units. Right?
Smaller, yes.
Yes, that's what it says.
Yes.
So when you're looking at that sort of situation where you've got a market demand for what it calls smaller units in terms of logistics, the response of the local authority will be, well, let's try and negotiate a mix of sizes and uses. And do you see?
Yes, I do.
And the purpose of negotiating that mix is to try and get some of that floor space in units of under 9,300 square metres.
Yes.
And so at this stage in the game, when it comes to logistics, the plan considers smaller units to be those which are under 9,300 square metres.
That's correct, not small.
Not small, just smaller. Okay. Well, we're getting there. Smaller. So there's a negotiation that goes on. We'll go over in a bit later on how that negotiation occurred in this case and what the council's view was throughout the progression of this application. But more of that anon. But anyway, so 8.19 smaller means under 9,300 square metres. Now, 8.20. There are significant differences in the types of B8 developments and subsequent operational requirements. Recent research has indicated that operators are increasingly requiring larger sites, and they're known as strategic distribution sites, right? Mm-hmm. And those are to serve the national warehouse and distribution market. And then we're actually given a definition, aren't we? Because it starts for the purposes of this plan.
Yes.
For the purposes of this plan, larger sites are sites with individual units of over 100,000 square feet, which is to say 9,300 square metres. That's what that means for the purposes of this plan.
That's what it says. That kind of doesn't mean anything below that. It's small.
I know that's that. I do understand that's your case. I didn't ask you that small yet. But we do know what larger sites are. Those are known as, for the purpose of this plan, larger sites are strategic distribution sites, and we're told for the purpose of this plan, these are sites with individual units of over 9,300 square metres. Yeah. Now then, there's a reference to the footnote in this green box. I'm going to ask you more about this later, but obviously it's something on which you put some weight. So I will ask you about it, obviously. But to cut a long story short, there's no definition here, or indeed anywhere, in the plan of the phrase small-scale B8.
not within that text you just read out, no, it's in the side box.
No, it's not. That's what I said. There's no definition.
Well, I agree with that.
Hang on, let's just make sure that we're not talking at cross purposes. I can obviously read that it talks about small units, medium, mid-box and large units. But there's no definition of the phrase small scale V8 anywhere in the school strategy.
Well, there is on that page where it talks about the small, but I understand where you're coming from, but it is as a document as a whole, it's in there.
Just listen to the question. I'm sure I know what you're wanting to say, but do listen carefully to the words that I'm using, okay? The phrase that we're going to come to and try and work out what on earth it might mean is small scale V8. Small scale V8, right? There's no definition of that phrase anywhere, including the bit that you keep reading out, which talks about small units and medium units and mid boxes and stuff. Small scale V8 is not a phrase that's interpreted or defined anywhere in the plan, is it? No. Okay. If only it were. Work out what it means by the end of the inquiry. Right. And so small scale V8 undefined. There is this reference in the green box to different thresholds. And again, as a promise, we will come back to that in a bit more detail. But it talks about small units, medium, mid-box, and other things from research from a LSH report from 2014. None of those are extracted into the body of the explanatory text and actually given a definition for the purposes of this plan, as it were. I'm reading from 8.20. Other than the last one. So the only thing that's actually defined, quote, for the purposes of this plan are larger sites that are thought to be strategic distribution sites of over 9,300 square metres.
Yes.
So that is defined, which is a good start. But small scale V8 is not. That definition of strategic V8 is actually in a policy, isn't it, over the page, policy 24.
Yes.
Policy 24 on page 119, this is the logistics policy, and it applies to logistics as a whole, including large-scale strategic distribution.
Yes.
So not just large-scale strategic distribution. This is logistics in the round, as it were. Yeah. And A tells us that subject to market demand and viability, strategic distribution developments, brackets involving individual units of 9,300 square metres or more, right? Yeah. So it's super clear, couldn't be clearer. When the plan talks about strategic distribution in a V8 context, or larger sites, as it's called at 8.20, that's what it's talking about. It's set a per unit threshold of 9,300 square metres, and it's saying, if you're above that, you're a larger strategic site, and if you're not above that, then you're not.
Yes, that's right. Sorry, I was just reading the second.
No, of course.
The second part of that.
Yes.
Policy 2A, where it discusses should also include the provision of proportion of floor space in the form of smaller employment units.
It does. But again, that's one of those phrases that's not actually defined anywhere in the plan or in the policies. Smaller employment units. Yeah. So anyway, I think we're agreeing, aren't we, that it is actually, so far as this part of the analysis goes, it's pretty clear. This plan has an idea of what it thinks of as being a larger strategic distribution use, be it a larger V8 strategic use. That is, if your units are in excess of 9,400 square metres, right?
Yes.
And just to sort of, state the obvious, none of the V8 units that are proposed as part of this scheme meet that threshold.
Meet the threshold for being, well, whether they're larger than small.
Right. I mean, I know that's your.
Yeah, well,
No, I'm honestly not asking you that question. Just to try and be absolutely clear, I know you know what the answer is, nobody knows what the answer is, but I've got to ask you anyway. Very clear definitions for what a larger strategic V8 unit is in the plan, in black and white, that we've read 5 or 6 times now. Yes. None of the V8 units that are proposed as part of this appeal exceed that threshold. Okay, all righty. Throughout the core strategy, throughout, not just this core strategy, but all of the work that's ongoing with the local authority and its monitoring and planning in this area, there is this distinction between larger strategic V8s and smaller non-strategic V8s. Although in the plan the cut-off is 9,300 square metres, in other parts of the documents, in the IC reports, for example, the threshold set at 9,000 square metres. And so there's this consistent distinction, isn't there, between large V8 strategic equals strategic, which is over 9,000 or 9,300 square metres, and smaller non-strategic V8, which is under that threshold, right?
Yes, there's this medium ones, yeah.
Okay. I wasn't asking about medium, but I know you want to talk about it. That's all right. Let's have a look at what ICNE do, how they classify these sorts of things. In the ICNE document, which is called document 14.1, that's the housing and economic needs assessment document.
Sorry, where are we taking me?
To just make sure I've got it. You got it. 14.1. Have you got it? Sorry. Oh, good. Right, sorry. If we see, let's have a look. Section 11, which starts on, in fact, I don't go to section 11. If you go into 11.41, which is on page 266, PDF page 269, paginated page 266, PDF 269. And it's really just to give examples of, I mean, there are scores of examples, but just give us a few examples of where this terminology kind of features in the ICNE analysis. Just have to get there as well. So 11.41, there's references talking about studies using 0.5 to 1% per annum of industrial stock, etc., etc. Then there's a reference, you see, to what CoStar have reported, and there's a reference to what's called smaller stock. And the smaller stock is stock which is under 9,000 square metres. Yes. Whereas if you turn over a few pages to page 272, PDF page 275. There's a heading considering strategic warehousing. You see?
I do.
And when it comes to thinking about strategic warehousing, there's a bit that we're talking about, see third line down, large units. And large units are units that are more than 9,000 square metres, you see, with that, yes. So that's the approach that they take. And in fact, if you just have a look one page back on paragraph 11.56, 11.56, they're going over absorption, and they say in, let's see, 4 or 5 lines down, that this assists, they say, in corroborating the needs position for what they call smaller scale stock. When they're talking about smaller scale stock, they mean non-strategic stock, right?
One would assume so, yes.
But that would assume that it literally, it says it. You see, smaller scale stock brackets non-strategic. Yes. And non-strategic means everything that's under 9,000 square metres. Yes. So we get the same sort of thing in good document 14.2. Sorry, it was 11.56 in 14.1. Got that, sorry, good. So, and the same thing, we won't go through all the references in core document 14.2 because it's the same point, just put again and again and again. But the point is that ICNE, who are the council specialist advisors in this area, are they not?
Yes.
that they do lots of work on warehousing and BA needs and all the rest of it, supply needs and all of that for the council on a regular basis.
Yeah.
They have a clear view on what large scale stock is and what smaller scale stock means, don't they?
Yes.
And they equate those two. There's a cut off in the way they do it, which is that you are large scale or large scale strategic if you're over 9,000 square meters. If you're not, you're smaller scale non-strategic. If we just, I'm sorry to just take a couple more references just to pin it down in document 14.2, and then it will be a good moment for a couple of 14.2 is more ICU. It's the warehousing and logistics report that they produced last September. September 22. And again, let me know in their respect. You've got it. You can turn in it first to 7.6, which is on page 75.
So 7.6.
On page 75, exactly 7.6, page 75. This is a report that's all about strategic warehousing. That's the whole purpose of looking at the report. That's what they were commissioned to examine. And they're told that property where the warehouse floor space is greater than 9,000 square meters has been included, this equating to 100,000 square foot or larger. The logistics industry's recognised definition of large scale, aka large shed, big box, right?
Yes.
So to be fair to ICE and indeed to the office of the local plan, this idea that when we're talking about large scale VA, we're talking about 9,000-ish square meters or above. It's not just a core strategy idea. It's not just an ICE idea. It's a recognised approach in the logistics industry. Large scale equals 9,000 square meters plus or thereabouts.
Yes.
And when this plan, when this document talks about other kinds of VAs, it does that from page 107. We looked at some of these. To get there, section 11.
These documents aren't searchable on the CP.
One is section 11. Section 11, this is towards the end of the report, which has all been about strategic warehousing. It starts to pick up what the implications of what it's found on strategic warehousing and logistics for other sorts of uses too, including DC at 11.1 smaller industrial uses. You see? So 11.1, just 11.1 at the top. It's thinking about it in this section about the implications of the high levels of demand for logistics units for other sorts of things, including smaller industrial uses.
Yes.
Right. This is the bit that Mr. Bolton took us to earlier on, which sets out this 75-25 ratio. That's 11.3. I'm not asking about that at the moment. Turn over the page onto 108. And there's data on absorption rates for different sorts of thing. And we're told, for example, at the end of 11.5, that sites where assumptions are made around the mix of large VA and small VA and other uses are likely to be particularly vulnerable, which is something that Mr. Bolton touched on earlier on. And when ICE setting out this analysis, the distinction they're drawing is between strategic sites and non-strategic sites. Yes. So to be absolutely clear about it, we're dancing maybe slightly on the head of him when we're talking about smaller versus small. Small B8, which is the phrase that appears here, means
according to the expert advisors of the council in this particular area, small B8 means non-strategic B8.
Yes.
Right. So just to sort of recap on that, so far as I've seen it concerned, perhaps a shame they're not here, so I'll ask them, but small B8 means small B8 means non-strategic B8. And there is, we agree, no definition of small scale B8 in the core strategy.
No definition of small scale B8 in the strategy other than the box. No.
Sorry to be fiddly about it, but there is no definition of small scale B8 in the box. Is there? It's a small unit, it doesn't say anything about B8.
No, that's right.
Okay. So we know what small B8 means as far as our senior concerned, and we know that there's no definition of small scale B8 in the plan. And indeed, Iceni's approach of defining large B8 as strategic and small B8 as non-strategic, it's consistent with the approach that the plan takes at policy 24 that we've looked at already, which is to define strategic distribution, what it calls larger sites, known as strategic distribution sites, is over 9,300 square feet. So Iceni's approach that they're taking and the work they do for this council is consistent with the approach in the council's strategy.
Yes.
And Iceni's view is a small B8 means anything under 9,000 square metres.
Small B8, yes.
Alrighty. So I'm not stopping. If it suits you instead.
Yes. 10 minutes?
Whatever's convenient, of course.
10 or 15?
10's fine by me, sir, if you're happy.
We'll resume at 15:45.
We've looked at what IC think about what small B8 means. We've had a little look at it in the context of the wider core strategy. So let's zoom in to the policy itself, policy 36. What does all of this mean in the context of the site that the inspector's got to worry about? So it's page 167 of the local plan. Right, let's just have a look at this policy. Policy 36, land at Kettering North. And the first thing to say about it is that it prescribes an overall minimum hectareage, doesn't it, so far as the uses go?
Yes. Yes.
So although we have talked sort of freely over the course of the inquiry for understandable reasons about 40 hectares for this and that, in fact, it's what the policy is after is a minimum of 40 hectares, together with approximately 3 hectares of leisure uses.
Yes.
So minimum of 43 hectares development out of the site that comprises 75 hectares of land, which is 75 hectares is a few pages before.
Yep.
Yeah. Right. That is to be comprised of B1, B2 and small scale V8. And we've agreed already that that phrase small scale V8 is not something that the plan actually defines anyway. There's a reference to small units, which we'll come back to, but the phrase small scale V8 is undefined.
Yes, that's correct. Small scale units is defined, small scale.
It's not actually small units is defined, small scale V8 is not defined. All right. In fact, so far as V8 goes, so far as V8/logistics, there's only one relevant definition, and that's for large strategic, which is 9,300 square metres policy 24, which we've seen already.
Yes.
So there's one definition, and we're below that.
Yes, we are below that.
Now, you've developed, partly in your group and partly in your oral evidence, 2 different approaches to what small scale V8 means. In your proof, you tell us, just get your proof up. I'm just going to do myself, and you turn it to page 8. Page 8 of your proof is addressing this topic of what small scale V8 might mean. You see?
Yes.
And you go through a number of different factors, and then you say it at 3.18. Do you see the sentence starting therefore?
Yes.
You see?
Yes, I do.
You see, therefore, the term small scale in policy 36 is referring to individual V8 units of around 929 square metres.
Yes.
That was the position.
Yes.
So at this point in your evidence, your understanding of the term small scale V8 relates to the sizes of individual units in the scheme.
As one part of that definition, yes.
Okay. Right, so you don't say one part of that definition there, but that's okay. You do that relying on.
I mentioned it.
Sorry.
When it talks about the quantum of the overall coverage.
Yes. And you do that. Just get the right reference. Yes, sorry. And you do that relying on what you call in the second sentence of 3.18 the established definition for small scale V8 units.
Yes.
But we've agreed 5 or 6 times now that there is no established definition for small scale V8 units.
Because the small scale V8 units is within that box. It's anything under strategic, does not mean small.
I didn't say it did.
Okay.
Just slow down.
Anything under 9,000 square metres.
Yeah, I know, but do you remember, I'm going to come to this land at Southampton report, stuff. But that box, well, it doesn't, we've been over it already, there is no definition in the plan of small scale BA. The box has in it something to do with small units, we'll try and understand in a few minutes what that might actually be about. Medium units, then mid box, and then large units, strategic warehouses, and the plan takes from that a definition. The definition is larger strategic distribution of 9,300 square metres. We've been over it, right? The plan does not set out any definitions for what small scale BA might mean. And so when you say in your proof, when you say, so sorry, I'm just gonna get it. Thanks a lot, yeah, I'm trying to find the right bit. Thank you. When you say in your proof that your approach to small scale, this is a 3.18, is refers to individual units, we're doing that relating to, quote, the established definition, that there isn't one.
With the established definition of the word small as well, which is discussed in the above.
Yeah, kind of past. It's not a definition that is established in the plan, and it doesn't relate to BA when it's set out. It just says small units in a footnote to some explanatory text.
With the definition that's that I've established above.
You've established. Right. Okay. So, what by established definition, what you mean is a definition that you've picked up on.
It's the definition in terms of the meaning of the word small
As you see it. But we agree that although there's might just be me misunderstanding what you mean by the phrase established definition, the plan itself does not establish any definition for small scale BA. Right. Okay. So when this inspector reads established definition, he's got as long as it's established in your eyes, as it were, we agree that it's not established by the plan. All right. Anyway, that was what you said in your proof, and there's another point, the second point that you've developed. If it's touched on in your proof, it's certainly been developed more orally in an opening from the local authority, which is to say that small scale means something else as well. It's about the whole site, the extent of B8 in the mix, the extent of B8 in the overall mix for the allocation site as a whole.
Yes.
And what small scale B8 means on this reading of the term is small scale B8 connotes a scheme which is B1/B2 led. I'm quoting from Mr. Fulton.
Yes.
All right. You don't say anything in your evidence, written evidence, about the scheme needing to be B1 or B2 led. Do you? And obviously, it was in the council's opening, which is fine, so part of the case, and you said something about it today, but was it something you were thinking about when you wrote your proof?
Yes, it was. It's something that's in mind in terms of full scale.
So where do you explain the B1, B2 led bit in your evidence in your proof?
I couldn't take it there.
All right. Well, obviously, it can obviously be picked up on. But anyway, regardless of whether it's in your proof, it's your case now, so we've got to deal with it. B1, B2. Now, we've been over already at some considerable length what the purpose of this policy and the suite of policies within which it sits is. It's a policy which is designed to provide choice and flexibility in order to meet challenging jobs targets.
Yes.
The plan emphasises many times that we need to be careful about being overly prescriptive when it comes to divvying up particular sectors of employment uses, because the aim should be on being responsive to the market and setting out a flexible framework. We've been over all those references already, we've agreed them. So when we turn to the policy itself, policy 36, it's not a policy which prescribes the exact proportions of the different uses that it sets out, other than I suppose we've had 3 hectares of D2.
Doesn't prescribe the hectareage other than D2, does prescribe small scale BA, which yes, has a prescription to it.
So you say, so you now say, okay, but it doesn't tell us what the mix of the 40 hectares is to be. there's no prescription as to mix, other than I suppose you say small scale, the small scale, even on your case, I don't think you actually tell us what that, maybe you do you? What does small scale, what does that mean? How small scale enough on your evidence?
Yeah, it's something minimal, isn't it? So across the whole, in my view, 70%, for instance, across
You
the
think that's
sites.
too much?
That is too
Okay,
much.
so
That cannot be.
what's just about right in your view? You say that when we disagree that small scale connotes a mixed tool. So you're on your own here. I can't offer you an interpretation from our side of the room. We think it's totally right.
It's towards the bottom end of the spectrum.
So what? If we
Five,
go
five, 5% perhaps.
5%, okay, so 5% you say would be 5% as a mix of the overall total,
Yes.
would be an appropriately small scale. Right. Let's judge that evidence against what the council thought, your council thought that this allocation was going to achieve. So we've got what you think, which is that circa 5%, circa, I'm not going to hold you to it, obviously, 5, 6, 7% in terms of VA floor space, that's about right. What did the council actually expect? What did they think it was going to generate in terms of jobs contributing towards Kettering's targets? We get that from document 14.7. Sorry, just let me it is the, yeah, exactly, the January 2015 employment background data, 14.7. So if once you've got that inspector, if you could turn it to page 13. This is a paper which, as it says at the beginning, but which we can inspect that later, explains the basis of how the council was actually explaining to the EIP that it was going to get to its 31,100 jobs. This is how it was all. This is how this was the evidence base that led to that target being signed off. And so far as Kettering goes, we've got table 10. Do you see?
Yes.
And there's a number of sites on there, and then there's 3 allocations.
Yes.
Let's see, and ours is the second of the 3, right?
Yes.
So the A14 junction 10 site, which had already been allocated in the previous plan, so it didn't need to be allocated in this plan. That's in there for 2,250 jobs. Do you see?
I do.
The A14 junction 9 scheme, which was allocated through this plan, is Kettering South. That's at policy 37. That's in for 5,500 jobs, right?
Yes.
And we're North Kettering, we're in for 2,550 jobs, right?
Yes.
Of which 900 are to be B8. That's the expectation.
Yes.
So just to be clear about it, lots of stuff about whether or not this was a site that the council thought was going to be assisting it in meeting its needs for BA or not. But the council did assume that this site, not just the A14 junction 10 and A14 junction 9, but this site too, was assumed to be making material contributions to meeting needs for BA.
Yes.
So we've got 900 out of 2,500 jobs anticipated to be in for B8, but that's just jobs. That doesn't tell us anything on its own about floor space.
you turn up a couple of pages to page 11. At page 11, do you see that there are metrics in those 3 bullet points about how you take a single job and you convert it to square meters on the page, paragraph 7.4?
I see that.
So this is the assumptions, if you like, that are fed into the approach that was taken in this course strategy.
Yes.
Now, this would be turned into quite a difficult mathematical exercise, but thankfully, Mr. Bolton's already done it. So if you turn out Mr. Bolton's rebuttal, right, unfortunately, looks like it might be potential ways of just doing that. Yes, sir, it is page 6. If you look at, just to make it as easy as we possibly can, it's page 6, as I said. Just look straight at table 2, because that's the one where Mr. Bolton has done the maths for us. He's taken the anticipated jobs in each of the B class sectors. He's applied the relevant metrics to turn those jobs into floor space expectations. And that gives you obviously plot areas. Yes, and just to be clear, that none of these numbers are arithmetically things that you quibble with. You don't say you got it wrong in one way or another. The maths are correct. So on the anticipated delivery, I say the anticipated, on your council's anticipated delivery on this particular site, the percentage of built form on the site would be just over 2/3 B8, 17% B1, 16% B2.
That's what the numbers say.
The numbers with which you do not quibble, as it were. The numbers that are agreed, essentially.
Yes, in this pre-submission document, rather than it being the
Pre-submission?
Sorry, yeah,
I don't think that's
the
what
pre-submission plan, the employment background.
Yeah, this was submitted to the planning inspector alongside the plan in order to explain what the assumptions were that underpin the plan's numbers. And the council's view at the time that this site was allocated was that over 2/3 of the floor space on this site that was going to come forward would be B8 use.
Well, those percentages that I see in Mr. Bolton's table don't. The council would have the opportunity, the choice to prescribe those figures in the policy 36.
No,
it has not. It's prescribed small scale.
No, but small scale, but it did prescribe small scale at the same time as putting these numbers before the inspector.
Yes.
You see what I mean? So this is the problem that your evidence has got. You say to this inspector that small scale means, just to cut a long story short, you say 5%, for example. I know you're not strict to 5%, but you say, to summarise your evidence, you say, Mr. Bennett says, small scale, so that means 5% B8. When the council allocated this site for small scale, they were expecting over 2/3 of the floor space overall to be B8. Right?
In my view, that's not small, that cannot be small.
But that's only a problem. It's only a problem if you think, the council clearly didn't think, and it's never thought until the last couple of days, but small scale connotes a mix rather than a unit size. You see, if small scale is about having, sub 9,300 square meter units or whatever, there's no problem with any of this. The problem is that your approach is to say that small scale means something more than that. It means not only unit size. It means 5% or whatever on the site. And let's just sort of, to cut a long story short, the council's expectations when it allocates this site are
absolutely irreconcilable with your evidence of this inquiry about the medium small scale, aren't they?
Well, look, it's just plain reading of the policy, it says small scale BA developments, it could have said units.
Yeah, sure, okay. Have another go. The council's expectations of what this site would achieve when it allocated the site bear absolutely no relationship to what you're now telling the inspector it needs. They thought they'd have broad brushstrokes, 2/3 or thereabouts BA. You're saying it should have been delivering 5%. We are, well, I say we, we're not. You and your client are worlds apart, aren't you?
Looking at these figures on face value, yes.
Okay. Whereas bringing forward a scheme on this site, which is circa 2/3 BA floor space and overall floor space, is consistent with the council's expectations for this site as expressed in its employment paper.
Those, I mean, the employment could have, or can be delivered through the B1 in particular, and office led, and with a high density of offices in B8.
Okay, so I've got to go on.
Usually one of the caveats.
Yeah, fine, just listen to the question.
Yeah.
So you criticise this scheme for comprising circa 2/3 BA floor space, right? We've been over the fact that that is almost exactly what the council expected to the wider allocation to look at. Bringing forward a scheme that's around 2/3 BA floor space is consistent with the council's expectations for what the scheme will deliver.
In terms of employment, yes.
In terms of employment, yes.
Yes, we can agree with that.
Thank you. And there's no conflict with any express mixed prescription in the policy. Other than, I suppose, maybe your answer then is that you think small scale B8 is an express mixed prescription. Okay, fine. So it comes down to whether small scale is or is not something that was intended to apply to mix. Right. Thank you. We've got enough on mix for now. Now, the other bit of your approach to the meaning of small scale B8. I wonder when they were drafting this plan, if they ever thought we'd spend so many hours debating at the beginning of this term. Your other point relies on this box that the inspectors asked you about, and that you've already taken me to, you know, umpteen times. So it's on page 118 of the plan. This is the box. Footnote 88, the green box.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, just to, again, the inspector had some questions about the status of this text. So, just to be, sorry to just slightly overlay this, but just to be absolutely clear, given that it is this sort of important part of the council's case, it's not policy.
It's not in policy. No.
It's not, well, I don't know, it's a footnote to some explanatory text. That's fair, is what it is. Okay. The footnote to some explanatory text says that research for LSH in 2014 identifies, then it goes through what the different things that it identifies are. That it simply says that. I mean, that's what it says. It refers to small units there, doesn't it?
It does.
Fourth, fifth line down. And when it does that, it doesn't expressly tie that to B8.
No.
And indeed, as you know, it doesn't actually define small scale B8 in particular. No. Now, at the time that you wrote your evidence, you'd not read this report that's referred to at footnote 88. Had you?
When I wrote the
Proof of evidence.
Yes, I had.
You had, didn't you?
I believe so.
Had you?
I can't remember the orders. Oh, no. Sorry, I thought you meant the box.
I'm so sorry.
No, I hadn't.
I'm very much assuming that you've read the box.
Yes, to clarify, I received the Lambert Smith Hamilton market report probably later than you did.
Fine. So that's all I was asking. So you produced your evidence without having read it,
Yes.
but we got it now. The inspector's got it in front of you, you've got it in front of you, possibly.
Yes. Strangely,
Alright. Now, it deals with small units. Let's have a look. I think, just for the inspector's note, that the sort of the box that sets so many hairs running is at page 5 in the corner. Of page 5, there's a box called definitions, and for the purposes of this report, it matches almost, I don't know what it's exact, but it matches pretty closely with the words that have made its way into the footnote. Yes. So it talks about small units, medium units, mid-box, and then large units, distribution warehouses. Yeah? Wouldn't it be useful if it explained what it actually meant by that? So if you turn on to pages 12 and 13, it's talking about the logistics market.
Yes.
Turn on to pages 14 and 15. And 15 is talking about what it calls mid-boxes.
Yes.
And if you turn on to 16 and 17, we have a section called small and medium-sized business space. So it's 16 and 17, I suppose, where we're particularly sort of interested in for the purposes of the part of the report that the council are relying on. And there's no reference in these pages to warehousing or logistics, is there? But by these pages, I mean the bit that talks about small business spaces.
No.
And that absence of linking small spaces to logistics, the fact that small spaces are not dealing with logistics expressly in this report, that's not something you knew about when you wrote your evidence.
No, it wasn't.
Your evidence on this topic, you say that your 3.33 you say, that's page 11.
Yes.
You say strong pipeline of V8, etc., etc. And then you say this is some of the reason why this site was, over the page, allocated for non-strategic V8.
Yes.
And what you mean by that is that this site was allocated for V8 units at a scale that was less than 9,300 square metres per unit. That's what strategic means. What I say. What not strategic.
Yes, no, that is.
So your approach to what the allocation was for, at least to this part of your evidence, is for non-strategic B8. So you read the allocation as being for B8, which is under 9,300 square metres.
So it's for non-strategic B8 and small.
And for the small. And for the small.
Yes.
All right then. At 3.38. you say that it's acknowledged that any policy compliant future proposals will include small scale V8. The concern is that larger scale V8, you set out a concern with example provision of larger V8 elsewhere, you see?
Yes.
And so you're implying here that what the scheme before the inspector includes is large scale V8, larger scale V8.
Yes, yes.
So here's my question. Have you got any references anywhere? The plan, the evidence documents that supported the plan, the Iceni work, you name it, hundreds of documents before the inspector, anything, anywhere, where sub 9,000 square metre units are thought to comprise large scale V8 or large V8.
On plain reading of the policy, it's my view that the small is under the 929. And sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, I thought so. Have a listen to the question. You're implying that what we are bringing forward is larger V8, large, I don't know what you say. Do you say it's large?
Or probably calling it medium.
Right. Okay. Okay, fine. Do you have anywhere in any of the papers that I've seen you produced in the core strategy or whatever, where non-strategic V8 has been described as medium V8 or whatever you say it is. I say whatever, I don't mean to be good about it. I don't know what you are calling it, but if you say it's medium.
No.
No, okay. All right. Amazingly, it is, as I understand it, taking a step back, your position that this policy that we're looking at is unambiguous. Have I understood that correctly?
Yes, that's right, yeah.
You say that it's only capable of bearing one meaning. That's your approach as a planning practitioner.
Yes, I mean there's flexibility within it.
So,
yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Well, in terms of the B1, B2 isn't prescribed, for instance.
No, I'm not talking about the mix. I'm talking about the meaning. You say that the meaning of this policy, when you approached it, you came to it fresh. You read policy 36. You thought, I know exactly what that means because it's unambiguous. It only means it's clear. It couldn't possibly bear any other meanings. Is your take?
It is, yeah. Yeah. Well, when having a look at the proposal, yes.
No, forget
It's
about
on
the proposal.
the small scale.
Okay, just one more go.
I had a vision in my head as to what small scale.
You did.
Yes.
You had a vision in your head.
Well, I had I could visualise what small scale.
You could. That's very fortunate. But your view, and I think just to be, I'm sure the answer is yes. I mean, I think you have said it. It's clear. But anyway, you tell me. Your view is, as a planner approaching a planning policy, that your view is, regardless of visions that you've had, where this site.
I retracted that.
No, don't worry. The language of this policy is, in your professional view, an unambiguous.
Yes.
Right. So we're dealing with an unambiguous policy, so you say. Now, let's then consider together how the council's view of what this policy means has evolved over time. We know, don't we, that we can go to it if we need to, but I don't think we do. The original application scheme, not the one that's before us now, it had in it one V8 unit that was more than 11,000 square metres. You're aware of that. So one of the original V8 units was over 11,000 square metres, and the others were under 9,000 square metres as they are now. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, that was the original proposal. What did the council make of that proposal? The fact that one of these units was strategic. It was large. It was over 11,000 square metres. What did they make of it? you turn up, you're going to need some core documents, I'm sorry to say. 4.2, 4.5, and 3.38.
What's the last one?
38. 4 point, sorry, yeah, 4.2, 4.5, 3.38. Four point two, 4.5, 3.38.
is the reg 25 letter.
4.2 is the reg 25 letter. 4.5 is a further letter from the council. 3.38 is okay. 3.38 is the response to the planning policy section to the application from the council.
Which one we want to do first?
We'll do them in chronological order. Which is 4.2. That's 4.2 is in May 2020. This is a letter that was produced by someone called Teresa Nicol, who worked in development services, as was Kettering Borough Council. Yes. And this is responding to as the inspector said already. It was responding to the application, and it was requesting further information and evidence on the environmental impact assessment regulations. Now, if you turn, it's not paginated, but if you turn to the 4th page, it's the page that starts with the word transport. You see?
I do.
And then there's a heading design and layout. Do you see that one? In the second paragraph, under the heading design and layout, there's a paragraph that begins the application states.
Yes.
The application states that the site is for a minimum of 40 hectares of B1, B2, and small scale B8 development, together with approximately 3 hectares of leisure use. We know it does. The policy does not set minimum floor space to be provided. We've agreed on that already, haven't we?
Yes.
Plot 1 contains a B8 unit of a floor area which is classed as strategic distribution. That was the one that was over 11,000 square metres, you see?
Yes.
And therefore, it's not small scale V8. Should I mean?
I do.
So at this stage, the approach that the council is taking, that Teresa Nichols is taking, is that plot 1 has in it a unit which is strategic, and that means it's not small scale V8.
I understand that.
So what the council's view is that small scale V8 is to be equated with the idea of whether your V8 is strategic or not. But that was its position here.
It was.
If we turn to the next time this question was considered, almost a year later, February of 2021, school document 4.5. Now, core document 4.5 is a letter from someone called Angela Brockett, who was at that stage the interim development team leader in this part of the council, the Kettering Borough Council as it was at the time, dated 24th of February 2021. You got that?
Yes.
And Ms. Brockett turns on the 3rd page of the letter, 3rd page, to consider the topic of the scale of buildings and quantum of development.
Yes.
Now, first thing she does is to remind us what the policy actually says. That's in the first paragraph of this bit, under the heading scale of buildings, right? And then she says, phase 1 largely provides for B8 use with a minimum amount of B2 use. As has previously been advised, the quantum and scale of B8 use proposed is unlikely to constitute small scale. Policy 24, what she says, defines large scale as a minimum of 9,300 square metres. And then she says this: one of the proposed units is much larger than this, and at least one very close to this. You see? As such, the LPA requires further justification to demonstrate how this level of B8 use would accord with the policy, etc., etc. Right?
Yes.
So what's happening both with Angela Brockett and also with Teresa Nicol is that they are taking an approach, under which if you are over the level for a strategic B8, you're not small scale B8.
Yeah, I understand the obvious.
And that approach is consistent with the approach that Mr. Bolton takes in his evidence.
Yes.
And it's also consistent with the approach that I've seen you take when they're defining what strategic and non-strategic B8 is.
Yes.
And it's not consistent with you.
It's not consistent with my view of what's small.
Small scale
Scale.
B8s, yeah.
Yes.
So we've got, if you like, we've got Teresa Nicol, what she thinks the policy means. We've got Angela Brockett and what she thinks the policy means. We've got Mr. Bolton, who'll be asked about what he thinks it means. And then we've got you. And your approach is completely different to the approach that they take.
Yes.
Next document is document 3.38. This was a document that was prepared by two people at the council. 3.38, this is the response from the planning policy section.
Yes.
And we see that it's prepared by Julia Beisch and Simon Richardson of the council's planning policy section.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, if we turn into, let's see, so there's the heading page which just has a box on it, and then the main text begins. If you turn into the second page of the main text, it's not easy to navigate this. The second page of the main text has at the top of it, it starts higher order facilities policy 11 of the JCS sets out.
Yes.
That page. If you turn to the penultimate paragraph on that page, that it should begin. It does, however, specify that the B8 use will be small scale.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Okay. So it defines in the paragraph above, it reminds us what policy 36 actually says. Then they say it does specify that the B8 use will be small scale. And they say that's because the site is sensitive ecologically, landscape-wise, and setting of heritage assets, about which we have heard some things the last couple of days. Para 820 of the JCS provides guidance defining the strategic distribution as what we've seen already, 9,300 square metres, right?
Yes.
It is noted that the application includes a single unit of B8 use of strategic scale. Do you see?
Yes.
This unit does not therefore conform with policy 36, and we need to include fuller justification or removal for smaller units in order to fully conform. See?
I do.
So just again, I mean, it's the same point, but there's yet more folks who are lining up on the other side of the room from you. On this approach, what this means is there was one unit which did not meet this definition of small scale B8, right?
Yes.
And that unit was the one that was 11,000 square metres plus.
Yeah.
And if that were removed and it were replaced by smaller scale units that were under 9,300 square metres, if that happened, then the scheme could, quote, fully conform with this part of the policy.
Yeah. That's what it says.
So we've got loads of people who have commented on this topic from the council. We've been through 4 of them. We've got Mr. Bolton, we've got Iceni. And they've all taken an approach which is completely different to the approach that you're urging on this inspector.
They have.
And in fact, they've all taken an approach that's consistent with one another. They've all taken the same approach, which is that small scale B8 is determined by whether or not you're above or below this threshold set by policy 20, is it 3 or 4, 9,300 square metres. And you have taken a different approach.
Others could also come to the same conclusion.
Others might. Yes, that's true. The inspector might go for yours. That's of course absolutely.
And
Absolutely
as
right.
well.
They might do. Not many of them
Without
are
carrying
carrying
out.
hold. Yeah, who knows? There might be
Well, you name 5.
I've only named 5. We've got to stop at some point.
Absolutely.
The point is though, it's again, sorry to this is an obvious thing to say on the back of what we've just been through. You can say whatever you want about policy 36. It's not unambiguous. It can't be unambiguous
if we've got 5 people on one side of the room saying it means one thing, and you sitting on the other side of the room saying it means something completely different.
I understand what you're saying, yes.
And you agree? Yeah, and I know you understand it.
Well, that you can be formed, yes.
I know it can be formed, but I'm aware it can be formed, but I'm asking for your judgment to the inspector. I mean, let's just call a spade a spade. This policy, it would have been nice if it had been written clearer. It would have saved us all hours and hours of work. But here we are. And truth be told, the inspector's going to have to reach judgment on what small scale V8 means. We might agree with you, we might agree with everyone else, right? The inspector's going to reach judgment, but whatever it is, this is not an unambiguous phrase, is it?
The lack of a definition to the term small scale casts doubt.
It casts doubt, and if there's doubt, I know you've got a view on, believe me, I know you've got a view, explained it, yeah. But there's another important question, because you said in your evidence, the council said in its opening, that this policy is unambiguous. And truth be told, that can't possibly be right when everyone's arguing so much about what it means, everyone's taking loads of different interpretations of what it means. So the inspector's going to reach his own judgment, right?
There's an interpretation, yeah.
Because it is ambiguous.
Okay.
It's not okay. I mean, what's your view? Can you tell me?
Yes, I understand what your
I'm honestly not asking you to understand.
No, I know. Okay.
Do you agree or disagree? If you think it's unambiguous, just do so.
I don't. As I said, it's clear to me what's small is. I don't. Well, it's clear that this is not small.
I'm not asking about this proposal. It's one last go, and then we'll go. I've done this to death. Is it your view that not forget about our proposal, I'm asking about what the policy means? Loads of people looked at this policy. They've all given views. They all disagree with you. You take a view that's different. That's fine. You might be right. The inspector may disagree with us. That's the way this works.
That does imply ambiguity, yes.
Exactly. So you accept, and I think you clearly think you agree then, that not only does it imply ambiguity, this policy, small scale V8, is ambiguous. All right. But try and work out what it means anyway. All right. Can I test the realism of what your approach is? I'm almost done with asking questions about what small scale V8 is. Never to touch this topic again. But can I just test the realism of what you say? So what you say to the inspector is to be a small scale V8 unit, just to remind ourselves, a small scale V8 unit within the meaning of this policy. If you want to be one of them, you have got to be a unit, because you can get the numbers up. Thank you. The inspector knows already. You've got to be less than 929, right?
Yes.
Okay. Less than 929. You take up the HENA, Housing and Economic Needs Assessment, curriculum 14.1. Right. If you've got the ICNE HENA document, you could turn it to page 240. Yes, it's actually. Sorry, I'm just trying to Yes, there we go. You could turn over a few more pages to page 247. This is in a section that's dealing with the industrial market in the area. And on page 247, there's a table that explains leasing activity. You see?
Yes.
Leasing activity by size.
Yes, I see that.
So what this is again is an assessment of the industrial market within this part of the world, within North Northamptonshire, And they've looked at what the leasing activity looks like for these different sizes that are identified in the coloured squares underneath the graph.
Yes.
And for the last, well, over a decade, there's almost nothing being let at the sort of square meterage that you're saying would be an appropriate square meterage for us to be considering here.
Yes, but some are being let, and that's where the flexibility and choice comes in.
When we turn on to 10.14, it's a similar thing, but it looks at Kettering specifically. That's on the next page. Sorry, it's on the next. I mean,
Table.
Sorry, table 14. Again, it's a tiny proportion of what's going on is being let within the size areas that you're talking about. Policy 36 is just, that was it on that document. Policy 36.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
sir. Sorry. I thought you, sorry. You hear my question?
Third question.
Sorry.
Here's the answer.
Sorry.
Well, yes, that's what it shows. Again, it does show there is something. Yeah.
Policy 36 is described in the plan as a major opportunity. A major opportunity to bring forward employment uses. Isn't it?
Yes.
That's a 10.57, we've all seen it already. It's a major opportunity. But on your interpretation of it, the V8 uses it brings forward are on such a small scale that they would, I mean, there's hardly anything. I mean, there is something, but we can't tell within what B class sectors that is from the report, which is actually happening in Kettering at the moment at that sort of level.
That's true. However, again, it comes back to this site only wants small, so therefore that in a way suits the market need. In that the need is small, here. So it provides that flexibility.
Sorry, I thought it's not. Have you yourself considered? Have you analysed the realism of V8 uses in particular, as distinct from V1 and V2? V8 uses being let and coming forward at sub 929 square metre sizes. Is that something you've analysed?
No, it isn't.
No.
I can rationalise it.
Rationalise it.
Well, in terms of kind of spent 20 odd years kind of going around visiting these small sites, and they function, they work. People want, some businesses seem to want
V8 sites.
Small V8s.
V8 under
units.
929 square metres.
Yes.
Yeah. And you've got lots of experience with those.
Well, some, and who kind of visit through Kettering, just through kind of local visits, those types of things.
Local visits of sites in V8 sites in Kettering, that sort of.
Those types of subdivisions.
Okay.
Well, one large buildings that have been purposely built to be subdivided small.
So you're aware of, in the context of there being large buildings that are subdivided internally?
Yes.
So can you give us some examples in Kettering of V8 buildings that are not large buildings that have been subdivided internally, but are actually, say, 800 or 900 square metre V8 units just on their own, that were designed that way?
There's nothing that springs to mind.
No, what a surprise. All right. Last thing on this topic, we've been talking about small scale as it applies to V8. There's no similar size requirement for V1. There's no similar size requirement for V2, right?
Agreed.
The largest building in this scheme on plot 1 is a V2 use of over 9,000 square metres.
Yes.
And that is a building which is welcomed by you and welcomed by this council as a significant planning,
planning as a significant benefit of the scheme.
Yes.
And you accept that from a policy perspective, in the vision that you've had in your mind of the site,
Attractive vision.
attractive vision, that kind of building is one of the sorts of things which is envisaged and supported by this allocation.
Yes,
Good. And that's the largest one.
that is the largest one.
Okay. My next question, or a series of questions, is about things that you and Mr. Forster are now saying are in fact the essential components of or purposes of the policy. So these are things that aren't necessarily in the policy. Would that they were, but anyway, but things that you're now saying are, even though they might not be in the policy, they're really, really important parts of the policy and they're how you say the policy needs to be read. So in order to understand what's going on here, first I'd like to take you to a couple of policies that aren't our policy, just to see how this plan can speak when it wants to speak about some of the things that you wanted to say. So just, could we briefly turn up policy 34, which is on page 159 of the plan. Policy 34 on page 159 of the plan is called Land of Cockerell Road, Corby. Yes. Land of Cockerell Road, Corby is allocated for something which is described as a high quality business park with provision of flexible units and a number of different things.
Yes.
So just, and again, this might be so obvious that it barely is worth saying, but nonetheless, when this plan wants to tell us that something needs to come forward as a high quality business park, it says you should bring forward, quote, a high quality business park, and that's what happened there.
I see that, yes.
Okie dokie. Policy 37 is on page 172. Policy 37 on page 172 relates to Land of Kettering South, which is one of the sites we've heard about a few times today. Yeah?
Yes.
Now, we're told at A, there are two parcels, parcel A and parcel B. We're told at little a, that little a should involve units that are primarily for B1 and B2. You see?
Yes.
And we're told parcel B under F, little f, that parcel B should focus on B8.
Yes.
So again, you know, might be so obvious that it's not worth saying, but when policies in this plan want to indicate a focus on what uses they want to be brought forward, it just says, focus on B8, for example, or focus on whatever, B1, primarily B1. It's capable of saying that stuff, isn't it?
It is, it is. The aim of policy 37 was to deliver the logistics, whereas policy 36 is.
No, I know they're different policies. I'm not making that point. I'm making the point that this is a plan which is capable of actually saying what it means when it comes to uses that are to predominate on particular sites, or whether something is a quote high quality business park or not. It can actually just tell us those things, can't it?
Yes.
So now, what your case is, as I understand it from, in particular from Mr. Forster's opening, is that what policy 36 requires is a scheme which is B1, B2 led, which is a business park
Yes.
in a campus style.
Yes.
Those are essential parts, essential premises, he says, or you say, I think, of policy 36.
Yes.
High quality business park, campus style, with a B1, B2 focus, B1, B2 led.
Yes.
None of that stuff is in the policy at all, expressly, is it?
That's right.
So this absolutely essential, fundamental premise you say of policy 36, the inspector's got to sort of do that on his own. He's got to, on your case, relies on the inspector reading policy 36, thinking, well, doesn't anything about a campus style business park that's B1, B2 led. But Mr. Forster and Mr. Bennett tell me that is an essential premise of it. So I'm going to infer that all of that stuff must have been intended. That's the way your case works.
That's the inference for the small scale B8. Yes, and in fact it needs to integrate into the wider countryside, retain and enhance the environment.
No, I know it does say certain things. It says small scale B8, for example, and it talks about integrating into the countryside. It talks about those things. What you're asking the inspector to do is to go further, is to put those together and say, yes, therefore, the correct approach is it's got to be a campus style business park that's B1, B2 led.
That's right.
Even though it doesn't actually say any of those things. That's what I'm saying. So that's the inference that you're asking the inspector to draw.
That's correct.
Okay. One of the things that Mr. Fallstick says that the policy, that it's very important for the policy to achieve is higher value employment, which I'm sure you would agree with.
Yes.
And the good news is, as we've been over already, that we know, don't we, that B8 uses are a core part of this strategy's way of achieving those high quality jobs.
It's one way they can be achieved.
So it's not, as I say, it's not to look at a preponderance of B8 floor space and think, oh dear, we won't have enough high quality jobs. It's the contrary is true, actually. This strategy says B8 jobs can be a real generator of high value employment.
They can be.
Yes, right.
Well, it's often where they come together with an office element.
Now, core document 11.7 is the one that Mr. Fallstick took you through that talks about campuses and stuff. It's the framework. Thank you.
Are we getting to a point where
We are, sir. We definitely are. I'll pass on. It won't obviously finish today, but we'll finish with this big chunk of the policy 36 and the interpretation of it today, and then we'll pick it up again tomorrow. Now, core document 11.7. I don't know when you saw this one for the first time. Did you read it before you put your proof together?
I can't remember, it was around about that time. Yes, I think that can't recommend.
Do you refer to it in your brief anywhere?
No.
Do you rely on this as part of the, do you rely on it in order to reach a view on what the correct approach is to the policy?
I didn't know. Not when I look at the briefs.
Let me just ask again. Do you rely on it now or not?
Yes, we do.
You do?
Yeah.
No, not we. I'm asking you
Yes,
specifically. You rely on this document as part of your understanding in order to help you understand what the policy means. So just to be clear on that then, your view is that this is something that you should and you ask the inspector to take into account when deciding what the policy means or doesn't mean.
Yes.
And the same then is true of things like the employment background paper that we looked at.
Yes.
So your view is that documents like this should all be taken into account because we've got an ambiguous policy and we need to try and understand what on earth the council thought it was doing when it wrote it.
They form part of consideration.
All right. So this document then, June 2011, it's described as a draft interim version, whatever that means. Yeah.
Yes.
So it's not the final version of whatever it was.
No.
So it's draft and it's interim, and it refers in different points to different things. It refers in, I'm sure it refers somewhere to the idea of a campus. Yes, it does. So page 5. It says in part of the vision, it says, before we get to the vision, so sorry, on page 2, it describes what it's actually doing. On page 2, it says that in order to inform the consideration, this is the left-hand column at the bottom, we anticipate there'll be landscape visual assessments, ecological assessments, archaeological surveys, transport appraisals. In the meantime, we trust that the information contained in this framework document provides a flavour of how the park could be developed. See?
Yes.
So it's hardly a sort of definitive last word, is it? It's a preliminary flavour and an interim draft vision.
That's what it says.
Right, okay. It refers to a campus, whatever that means, but the idea of the campus, which is referred to in this document and also in the more recent one that Mr. Forstick took us to in your evidence in chief, that idea of the campus is not something that's picked up on by the policy.
That's right, yes.
So this campus idea was put forward, if you like, but it's not an idea that made its way into the drafting of policy 36.
Well, in terms of being explicit, it's campus style then.
No. And when it comes to the more recent, put that away, the more recent document that Mr. Forstick took me to, that was the Marin's document from 2000, I think it was 15. Yes, October 2015 is the Marin's document, which again is a document that goes into the EIP.
CD.
Mr. Forstick only handed it around the school.
Yeah.
You've got it there, so right there. This is the Matter 5 statement. You've only, when did you see this the first time?
Really properly now. Well, today.
So you've not, so far anyway, had any regard to this as part of your approach to a proper understanding of the policy. This one's properly new. All right. So you you don't particularly rely on it then?
I don't.
One thing that we can draw out of it though, from paragraph 16, it was supposed to be read out to you, but then didn't ask you to comment on. Paragraph 16, on the last page under the heading of economic, we see that what was being said to the examination in respect to this policy at 16 was at this stage, it's not possible to predict exactly how many new jobs the development will provide, as it's not known how the split of B1, B2, B8 uses will be applied.
Yes.
This will allow the site to come forward in a flexible manner that can address the changing market conditions and reflects the strategic nature of the site.
Yes.
Unlike the campus stuff on which you picked up, this point about a flexible manner of the site adjusting to changing market conditions, that is something which is consistent with many parts of the core strategy as we've seen this afternoon. Right?
Yes.
It is, we've agreed, a flexible framework that's not intending to be prescriptive as to how the classes of uses are spread out. Right?
Right.
So actually, this might have been what Marin's was saying at paragraph 16, but actually, this fits in the plan too, isn't it? This is consistent with what the core strategy says.
Not entirely. Yeah, it says B1 and B2, which is correct, and B8 small scale, which it does not say.
No.
It's not entirely consistent.
It is consistent because this will allow the site to come forward in a flexible manner that can adjust to changing market conditions. That focus on flexibility, on adjusting to market conditions, is, as we've seen, it permeates the approach that the core strategy takes.
Yes, that's right.
Last thing, and then we are done for the afternoon. It's a small thing, but just for clarity, and I think we agree on it, but it's just to make sure that I'm not misunderstanding what you say. Policy 36, as we've said already many times, minimum of 40 hectares for B uses, 3 hectares of the leisure D2 uses, right?
Yes.
On your analysis and the council's analysis of this policy, it's more targeted to the Rule 6 parts of the new, just so I understand where you're at. The B8 bit is part of the 40 hectares. So it's not 40 hectares of B1 and B2 and then some B8. It's 40 hectares comprising B1, B2 and whatever small scale B8 means.
Yes.
Right, so that's your approach to the policy, that's the council's approach to the policy. I do think that has been a consistent approach to the council from day dot. Done. Thank you very much indeed for the afternoon. More to come tomorrow.
Well, you realise your position overnight.
Yes, I believe so.
There's just one matter, email from the case officer indicating that the MP for Kettering would like to speak to the inquiry. And he can appear on Tuesday morning, Thursday morning, or any time on Friday. No, out of the question. Given that the Rule 6 parties are going to present their case on Tuesday morning, and from what I've read before, supports their
It makes sense.
position. If we suggest to him that he turns up on Tuesday morning, and we will deal with him after Miss Curry and before Mr. Stingston calls his first witness.
Seems to make sense, yeah.
Happy with that?
Thank you.
Good.
Can I just have a check on a couple of timeline, a couple of timetable points, sorry. Tomorrow remaining estimate?
Yes. Well, it's not going to be all day.
I'm just checking whether we're sticking to the
Not, it's, the vast majority is now done. If we allow, don't even know, say 45 minutes, yeah, too long. 45 minutes to an hour on the outside, 45 minutes.
so okay, but we are sticking with the Mr. Lawton not starting tomorrow.
Yes.
And then you know that on the Tuesday I won't be here, so it'll just be the rules of party again.
Thank you very much. Right. 9:30 tomorrow morning, or we can make it 10, given that we're not going to stay all day.
We probably prefer 9:30 if it's all the same to everyone else, just so that we don't find ourselves inadvertently in a rush, but I'm happy that you prefer 10, so that's one, mate.
9:30 is fine. Sure. So we'll adjourn, we'll resume at 9:30.
Thank you.
Okay, from down here.
You're getting very close, Mr. Sachs, to one of my favorite phrases.
Oh, what is that?
It's the same as I know where you're going. Can we get there with the quicker?
I think it was the fair thing to level at me.
So I've used it with Mr. Young.
Yes. No comments.
It did rock him on his feet.
Did it result in a resolution to the issues?
I think he stopped that.
Cheats.
Too much of a beat. What was this? After having left this place 4 weeks ago, I was at the on Saturday. What I'm doing, so